Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome one, welcome all, welcome back to the Forts official tournament number 33. The Firebird DLC is released, is here, and we're going to be jumping into it with some of the best players in the community, showing off all the strategies that I've been looking forward to seeing. I know you guys have been as well. Today is part 2 of the tournament. That means it will be the semifinals and the finals, including the bronze match. It will be best of 3s for all of them, save the final itself, which will be a best of 5, so we're going to have plenty of activity for everyone. All right. Things are looking pretty stable here. We're getting the players into the lobby, and then we'll be jumping into the action. The lobby is all set up. Remember that for tournaments like this, we are running off of a pretty hefty delay, so we won't have the back and forth that we expect from the streams, though that will be later. Once the tournament ends, we'll be going live without the delay to catch up on everything. And a quick announcement that the next Forts map making competition is coming up soon, so make sure to check out the official Discord to get involved. We'll be putting a countdown on the channel fairly soon, so you guys can see that coming up. I'm looking forward to that one, because that'll be the new Firebird maps. Potentially, one of the players will get their maps added into the official map pool, which is always cool. Alright. Thank you one and all for stopping by so early, as we're just getting started here. I'm going to be hopping onto a voice call with 42 Scientist, one of the community managers for Earthworks, the devs of Forts, and we'll also get to see what's going on there. Hello there.
Greetings.
Greetings to you too. Looks like things are going pretty smoothly.
Yes, so far so good. I believe we are only missing one competitor so far.
Ah, all right. Not bad. Looks like we'll be starting out with, is this Godos and Abrams?
No, we will be starting with the other match.
The other
because
match.
Team Abrams has some time constraints.
All right. Then Team Tarek versus Teeth and Feathers.
Yes, even though Tarek changed their name to Tarlahan, as we saw last time.
Yes, that's true. Forgot about that. It's still the old name.
Yeah, on challenger mode it's a bit
bracket.
awkward.
Yeah, I know. All right.
And so today we'll be playing both the semifinals and the finals.
Good. Plenty of matches with the good players. All right then. So we're just waiting for one more player to join in the lobby, and then we will get started here. I'm quite happy, and I'm looking forward to the events that we've got coming up here soon, because we have the Forts map making competition coming up. There's also a fronts tournament next week, And
Yes, I see that you are enjoying France a lot.
yes, I have been. It's a nice little mod. That and TCM as well have been
Yes, very good.
very good. Is the appropriate description. So it's nice to see the community doing things like that. All right, it looks like everyone is here. So we'll be getting started momentarily. All right. The commander bands are in, the match is made, and the players are ready, so we'll be jumping into the action momentarily. If you guys are out getting snacks, out getting drinks, well, now's the time to get in front of the screen because things are about to kick off here. Alright, after a little bit of banter in the lobby screen. Everyone's rated up, and we're starting. Let's do this. Off to round 1 in this best of 3.
Looks like you crashed. Very sad.
Did I? So it would seem, yes. Oh, nope. That button crashed. Maybe.
I mean, we can see
Nope.
you have
All
disconnected in the lobby.
Yes, okay.
Hopefully you will not be missing much.
Hopefully not.
So
It's
you have
the
a core slingshot? No.
Yeah. Nah, it's Forts. Things don't escalate in the first minute or so. As much as Forts is nice about that kind of thing. It's not like other RTS games where you have to play for 8 minutes before you get any kind of action. Forts, you can just have action somewhat immediately-ish, but you still get a solid minute or so of time. I say, as if this EMP didn't come out at 58 seconds.
And somehow got through gunners.
Yeah, I mean, it was so fast that they hadn't even sold off their default gunner yet, and that default gunner did not defend them from the EMP. So Pick Snips over here is just getting EMP'd, which is really annoying at this time. But let's go ahead and go through the introductions, as here we have on the right-hand side, being a bit more aggressive, it's Team Tarlahan. Tar and Julian, who are playing as the Hurricane Commander, are facing off against their opponents on the left-hand side, Team Teeth and Feathers. We have Pick Snips in the lower fort and Mega Red in the upper fort, are playing also as the Hurricane Commander in this mirror match. Hurricane Commander gives a slight boost to build speed of everything, and so that explains why that EMP came out at 58 seconds instead of something closer to, I don't know, 80 seconds. That's a bit much. It should have been something like 60 seconds. Or like 65 or something. It's only like
65-ish, yeah.
Yeah, 65-ish should have been it. So it's not that much of a difference, but it is there. But yes, the early EMP, I'm a big fan of it. As much as it does slow down the attacker just a little bit, it tends to slow down the opponents just a little bit more. And for so long as Julian here, the EMP aggressor, manages to sell off that EMP, they can get their money back, and or at least most of it, and be a bit ahead. Now, Julian is going for the new smelter tech. We have seen this kind of combo a lot in the first half of this tournament, the round of 8 and 4.
Even though every match with Tarlahan, I mean, Tarlahan never used really the smelter and just went for conventional weapons. So I'm interested in seeing what they have in store.
Look, statistically, they're going to go for the 20mm plus. That like the 20mm plus.
Don't say that. Don't spoil.
I know. It's just that they did it. Well, let me rephrase. Not Tarlahan, but every other team did that strategy every single time they had an opportunity. But we're not going to see that. Oh wait, we are going to see that here. It's Team Teeth and Feathers doing the 20mm plus the lightning beam. It's happening.
Yep. Looks like Tarlahan as well, with Tar on the bottom with 20 mils.
Yes. I am genuinely surprised by this, because like of all the things you could do, like this is a fine thing. It's just, it doesn't seem that strong to me. Maybe just because of how consistent it is. I don't even know. It's like it isn't. It's a nasty combo, but it isn't. It's going to immediately annihilate a player level of combo. So it's just kind of a lot of coordination and somewhat of risk to do just to get a decent amount of damage done. I guess the one thing that makes it nice, at least from a competitive perspective, is how versatile it can be. Because Julian is just going to go lightning beam, which can be used to snake shots around from weird angles. So both teams are going to be able to just hit anyone from a wild angle at any point in time. And that just comes built into this particular combo. And 20mm, especially in these closer maps, are just quite dangerous. Of course, they can do things like use energy shields to completely shut down the 20mm, but the lightning beam electrical arcs will shut down the energy shields. So energy shields aren't a long-term solution. It's just kind of a decent all-rounder build that I would describe it as, that just exists for the purposes of just doing solid, consistent damage. But it's still not much damage for 2 players worth of firepower. I mean, sure, it comes from weird angles, and sure, it is difficult to stop, and sure, it's pretty consistent. It's just, well, we're going to get to see. I think Team Teeth and Feathers here is going to have the bigger alpha strike. Tar lost at 20mm, and also it's just generally a bit further behind Mega Red in terms of weapon placement, although Tar has substantially greater defenses. See the opening volley there for Team Teeth and Feathers, just charging up the commander ability. I believe this next volley from Team Teeth and Feathers will be the big hit. And yes, the lightning beam is opening. Swing and a miss. Only partial miss. If that had been better aimed, Julian definitely would not have survived that. As is, he's taken a pretty heavy hit here. Julian's armor is breached. His core is knocked down to 99%, so no real damage taken, but did lose all of the armor on his fort, which is kind of impressive. And that was half of a miss, too. Like, all the 20mm hit, but the lightning beam was not in position. Oof, a huge hit. Julian down to 93%. Tar is trying desperately to pin Mega Red and keep him from continuing to pummel Julian, and he's done so. Mega Red actually loses 2 of his 20 mils, but another shot, and Julian goes down. Tar takes over. Now here's the thing. Tar was relying on using that same lightning beam combo in order to deal in order to deal real damage here. The 20 millimeters, as much as they did damage and actually take out 2 of Mega Red's 20 mils, that only happened because Mega Red just didn't defend his 20 mils. Like, he left them all but completely exposed. It was a pure glass cannon, pure rush down, just as much damage as possible with no heed, no regard for his own safety. And it cost him 2 of his 20 mils, but it also destroyed Julian there, which is, I mean, it's a decent trade, I dare say. But yeah, so that's the strategy. It's just lightning beam and 20 mils. It hits fast enough, it does enough damage, and it's just consistent. I'm just always surprised at, I guess, as to how effective it seems to be. Because it doesn't do all that much damage, but I mean, it just works. It does just enough. I mean, you saw Julian tank, what was that, 2.5 to 3 rounds of that kind of Alpha Strike. Just full bore directly to the front of his fort from multiple players and just tanked it. But eventually it wore him down. Tar is relying on that same strategy, but no longer has a lightning beam available, is building the factory to get him access to the lightning beam. Or not the lightning beam, but to laser weaponry. I'm guessing the fire beam is going to go a long way here. I wouldn't be surprised if this tactic gets more popular, that we start seeing the fire beam preemptively picked just to defend against this. Because the fire beam completely shuts us down. And just like that, Teeth and Feathers wins round 1. In quite the clean fashion, I dare say. Well, I say clean, but it was a high-risk play that got them a victory without losses. Man, I gotta say, the amount of damage that Julian tanked before getting annihilated was kind of impressive. And lightning arcs just go through everything. Just so much lightning strike. Sandbags, wood, metal. It just breaks things. It's very effective. Very consistent. Remember, I saw some science on this, where one of the community members had created a giant accelerator of minigun projectiles, and then slapped a lightning beam at the end of it. It was...
You mean what we also tried on the tester highlights?
I don't know. I think they may have done an homage to it, but I saw like a full replay of it where there was hundreds of projectiles dumped into... Good. Yeah, I mean, it took a battleship's fort and just there wasn't anything left. Like typically an accelerator like slices clean through and just, you know, a nice clean cut through battleships, but there wasn't anything left to cut. It was just gone. It was just gone.
Nothing to reconstruct.
Yes, nothing to reconstruct. Nothing left over. Like, it's one of the cool bits, like the satisfying, mesmerizing bit of the accelerator. It's just how clean it is. It's just such a perfectly clean cut, like down to the pixel. But this, there just wasn't. There just wasn't things left. But also, as someone who's tried to do it myself, and also from the complaints of the person who did it, it's not something you could do in a real match because it sets the frame rate to about 1 every 20 seconds. Or I guess the tick rate.
You mean not FPS, but like SPF?
Yes, exactly. You know, like the sunscreen.
Very good.
Alright, well, the sides have been swapped here and the commanders have completely changed. As here we have on the left-hand side is Team Tarlahan. Julian and Tar now playing as the Architect commander. Facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red forts, it's Teeth and Feathers, Pick Snips, and Mega Red. So as it stands, Team Tarlahan is down 0-1, meaning they have to win this in order to maintain their progress toward the finals, as this is a best of 3. Where on the right-hand side, Team Teeth and Feathers is on match point. They're on their way towards the finals themselves, and it looks like they're going for the same strategy again, I dare say. We'll find out, I think, here in a minute if Mega Red places that munitions plant at now. Yeah, okay. So they're going for the same strat, but this time Pinch Fist flavored, which means it'll come out a little bit faster, but will fall off over time. On the other side, we are seeing upgrade centers early. This is not a big shock coming from the Architect Commander, as prior to the DLC, the Architect Commander's ability to tech switch means that they can pretty safely get through the upgrade center and just seed map control. Get an upgrade center, get all the upgrades, get basically anything they want, and just face tank the opening volleys, and then proceed to tech switch into whatever it is they want to tech switch into. Play very reactively. Now, we are seeing flak and shotguns. Interesting. So I think Julian's playing a very, I'm going to describe as old meta. This is, I don't actually, no, this is aggressive. This is just aggressive. This is counter Pinch Fist play. This is, hey, I see you guys are getting greedy here. We're just gonna punch through with shotguns, and they're choosing the wrong target. Pick Snips is not the one playing greedy, it's Mega Red playing greedy here. You see those shotguns doing damage. But this will actually slow Mega Red down. Mega Red's playing greedy, but only because he wants to, not because he has to. There you go, that's more like it. Now this is an interesting situation to be in, because typically when you're playing Architects, you don't go for map control because you just go for eco and then react to whatever your opponent's doing. But they're trying to slow the opponents down, I think, maybe not out of fear, but out of respect for the amount of damage that Team Teeth and Feathers is going to be fielding here. Not relying strictly on their defenses and armor. But that also puts Team Teeth and Feathers in an awkward situation, where they can't be as greedy and aggressive as they want to be. I say as if Mega Red here isn't doing that. I mean, look at that defense. He's got a layer of armor. He's got wood temporarily, but that is very clearly temporary wood, and the moment those cannons, yeah, he's unwooding, he's undefending those cannons. It's going to be vulnerable to AP snipers, among other things. And if one of those cannons goes, Mega Red goes with it. It's just a matter of, the plan is for Team Teeth and Feathers to eliminate one of Tarlahan's players in the Alpha Strike, and in doing so, prevent any kind of return fire. You know, the best defense is a good offense kind of deal. Oh. It's a huge hit. I'm genuinely surprised Mega Red's still alive here. But just off of snipers.
Another 20 mil, yeah.
Yeah, seriously. That's close. They're trying. They're trying so hard, and it's just not happening. But we are seeing a fire beam from Julian, which will basically shut this whole thing down. And there's the commander active ability out of Team Tarlahan, which gives maximum build speed bonuses to everything that isn't ammunition. So that fire beam will come online very quickly here. Oof. They're getting a full alpha strike off against Tar here, who just tanks it without too much of an issue. The cheaper wood for Architect means that Tar just has a bigger buffer to work with which to work. So as it stands, I actually credit Team Tarlahan with being in the lead here at advantage, despite them having almost no weaponry to their name. Oh, please do it, Julian. Oh, please do it. Oh, snipe it, snipe it, snipe it. I know you can do it. Oh, so close. Oh, so close. And it's gonna rebuild. Alright, new commander active, which means Tar goes from having no weapons to having triple weapons within a few seconds. There's not much in the way of anti-air on the board for Team Teeth and Feathers, so these are just going to land. Oh no, they use the 20 millimeters to take them out of the sky. But the fire beams are getting some great hits. Not quite enough to... Oh, it breaks one of the... I am genuinely surprised Mega Red isn't going down when those 20s explode. Like, I understand... Yeah, I understand 20s don't explode that large, but the stability tech in that man's base is doing wonders right now. As Tar builds up another... I like just using those as regular mortars. They're not very good. They are not a replacement for heavy mortars, but they are quite okay. Oof. Massive damage on all sides. There it goes. Okay. I was about to say, there's no way that man can just keep taking hits to his 20s and survive. Mega Red, classic pinch fist style. Builds his base in a way that does not survive contact with the enemy. Nearly annihilates Tar in the process. But is now leaving his teammate Pixnips all alone against the world. On the other side, Team Tarlahan is free to do whatever they want. They have a massive economic lead. Incredibly large and defended bases. And Pixnips has very little they could do about it, to be honest here. Pixnips' only real tactic I see as an option is to rely on the lightning beam combo to try to get that smoke detonation going, which does work and is a strong combo, but I suspect will not be a long-term strat against Team Tarlahan here. Tarlahan is at least partially defended against such a thing. Should prevent immediate core destruction via that tactic, and it should be able to buy them enough time to properly defend against it in a way that completely invalidates it, as opposed to anything else. Because as it stands, Team Tarlahan is generally vulnerable to the lightning beam smoke combo. They just aren't, I think, lethally vulnerable to it. But damage is damage. Tar's still building the rods from God, though Pixnips is not particularly vulnerable to it anymore.
Unless, of course...
Swing and a miss. Unless, of course, Magna Beam. No, we
Unless, of
don't
course,
see
Magna, you know.
Yeah, but we don't see one of those. This is just a standard rod. Which, I mean, it does damage. Picksnips is... The majority of Picksnips' base is underground, or should I say under the overhang. So it's not going to be taking a lot of damage, but honestly, just denying the mines makes it worthwhile. So it's hard to go wrong there. But yes, unsurprisingly, Tarlahan, with their defensive play, doesn't have a whole lot of aggressive capabilities, so they really are just switching over to aggression here as they can. Like, they're not delaying things, it did just genuinely take them this long to bring weapons to bear. As we now have a plasma beam for Julian, a cannon for Tar, and a howitzer under construction, soon to be unleashed. Picksnips is doing a great job with these snipers, I must say. Has been keeping Julian pinned down and delayed, but Picksnip's tactic has been trying to catch up economically. I just don't think that's the thing. Because, well, now the howitzer's out, and you cannot take that kind of damage. That's just altogether too much damage. Like, way too much damage. I really would have liked to see the smoke lightning beam combo out of Picksnips, but I'm pretty certain time is running out here. Just using the standard lightning beam to try to door snipe things. And he gets it. It's a decent shot. Oh yeah, now with the rockets coming, oh man. When the standard rockets are the tool, it's over. That's just... I don't think there's coming back from this one. As Picksnips gets pummeled. Still has enough armor to take a few more rounds, but his foundation nodes are exposed and being targeted, and if those nodes go away, then things are going to be a problem. It's these 3 nodes right here. I say 3. This top one doesn't really count. That one's not a real node. That one's fake. But this one and this one specifically, these forwardmost 2 along this bottom face. If those go, so does Picksnips, and the weaponry is being targeted at those nodes with a purpose to break them, because Team Tarlahan is well aware. I also appreciate Tar taking the moment to scour the earth of those additional mines. Picksnips just sells off the top, understanding there's nothing left there to save. Here comes the buzzsaw, which is great for removing such foundations. And there it goes. Kaboom. Well played. Hey, we got to see some rods from God.
Yeah, they just didn't do much.
Correct. Alright, I want to see these shots that eliminated Mega Red here. Because it really was just a cascade of 20mm detonations. It's just fire beam penetrating the relatively meager amount of armor and just the explosions stacking up. And well, that did it. So I do think Mega Red's base there was significantly more defended than well, not defended, but significantly more stable than I give it credit for. Because it just wasn't going down. Like, he lost several 20 mils. It wasn't until he lost 3 of them in a row. Then again, I think losing the second one guaranteed the third one is going to go. It's just sitting on a powder keg there. A keg of gunpowder waiting to detonate. Well played. That evens the scores. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are off to the next round. Let's do this. Alrighty then. One of the new maps. I like it. The sides are the same, and the commanders are familiar, as here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Tarlahan. Julian and Tar playing as the Hurricane Commander. Facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red forts, it is Teeth and Feathers. Pick Snips and Mega Red. Playing as the Pinchfist Commander. I suspect the tactics are going to be pretty samey out of Teeth and Feathers, though Tarlahan definitely is not using the same tactic as the last round. I think Architect is going to be one of my favorite commanders coming through the Firebird DLC. It's just very good.
Also, to be fair, the meta was only there has only had time 2 months to develop, so
yeah, no, for sure.
There's strategy to find still.
Absolutely. I am still surprised that the Lightning Beam 20 mil combo is as popular as it is. Like, it's a good combo. I like it as a concept. I'm just surprised as to how popular it is.
Yeah, I'm surprised because we also showcased a lot of other stuff during the tester showcase, so I'm surprised none of this is happening.
Yes. Like, as much as the Lightning Beam exists, it isn't being used with the Smoke combo, which is incredibly powerful. Like, we haven't even seen Fulminator picked to go with it.
Yeah.
Is I mean, something like Fulminator Lightning Beam with one player just goes for standard cannons. I mean, there's no way that isn't a game-winning strategy there.
The cool strat that Peel likes to go for is 2 lightning beams at standard cannon cloud timing, and with canisters, so you can just unleash 2 lightning beams in quick succession.
Yeah, and that's just devastating.
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
That's up there with Fire Beam, Plasma Beam Rush. Like, it's just punches clean through stuff. And no one's ready for double Lightning Beam at Cannon O'Clock.
Imagine quadruple if both players do it.
Absolutely. I mean, that's just an instant annihilation of both players in the game. And we're just not seeing that stuff. Like, there's so many tactics. There's so many tactics.
Aha!
The Zapper. Now, the Zapper is one that I'm surprised we haven't seen more often. It's just great at punishing greed. And it almost immediately pays for itself. Like, Tar could just sell that Zapper right now and he'd go net positive on it.
Yeah, but still no snipers, so...
Yeah, okay, so there's nothing exposed, so yeah, he should just sell that off now. As much as you can do things with it, yeah, he sells it off. That, I think, is the right call. Just get ahead. Just force the reaction from the opponents. Even the shotgun coming out from Julian and taking out Pick Snips' turbine. I mean, this is already...
He's getting bullied.
Yeah. Teeth and Feathers is getting bullied a bit here. Now, mind you, the pressure they're receiving isn't enough to shut them down. Pick Snips already has Lightning Cannon placed, so that's going... Unless that gets targeted and destroyed, that's just going to be ready at their standard timing. Mega Red also isn't being targeted, like, at all, so he's going to be largely free to greed, and greed he is. As we have, once again, 20 mils that are generally undefended-ish. Single door is not an effective defense against most weaponry. We are seeing Tar come out with the fire beams, the plural fire beams, which should, in theory, completely shut this down. At least if they get the timing right. There is always the chance that Pixnips retasks his lightning beam to targeting those fire beams, which does work. But he has to door snipe them, and those are tiny doors. So there is some counterplay here, but it will be counterplay. Tar is just sitting there waiting. There it is. Yeah.
He knows.
He knows. And that's a complete shutdown. The Alpha Strike for Teeth and Feathers is just defeated by Tar's singular fire beam. Now Julian's going to get to be able to do whatever he wants. I don't know what he wants to do, but that fire beam is going to start deleting Mega Red's 20 mils. Honestly, I think Tar should just target the... Yeah, just... Oh, he missed? That's a miss? That's... Someone's lying to me. There it is. That's a hit, but not enough to break it. That one should do it. Yeah, that one does it. Mega Red loses all but one of his 20 mils. And I would love to see another fire beam shout out of Tar here, but that's just too much energy expenditure. He doesn't have it. Mega Red now has to build real defenses on his weapons, which is going to slow him down by several minutes at this point. Look at this. Mega Red's selling off more internals from his fort just to afford the extra defenses and weaponry. So yeah, that's a clean shutdown. Tarlahan just denies Teeth and Feathers their tactic. The whole thing is just gone. Now Pixnips is getting an upgrade center. Mega Red is trying to rebuild the 20s and focusing on defense first. Pixnips is actually not sufficiently defended from this either. Like, he's got decent defenses, but it's not enough to stop the fire beams. Tar doesn't have the commander active ability to really finish Pixnips here. But if he gets both of them fired right now, he can theoretically do it. Nah, the defenses come online. It's enough. Pixnips will defend himself from this, as Pixnips did not get so greedy. He'll be fine. As Julian's just going standard cannons. That's enough. Mega Red and Pixnips do get a decent comboed shot off onto Tar. But Tar's armor is thick enough to tank it, as here comes Julian's standard cannon online. Mega Red is now defended against the offensive power of those fire beams. So I suspect we're going to see them get retasked into a purely defensive posture. As more cannons come flying out from Julian, just slamming into Mega Red here. Mega Red is defended against such things. This has cost him weaponry and firepower in general, but he is defended. And now I think we're gonna... Yeah, Tar's just sitting there. He's not even trying to fire at the 20 mils anymore. He's just sitting there on the fire beam, waiting for Mega Red to try to dare fire back. Using his own fire beam to ignite the cannon shell just to apply pressure. And with the penetration, it goes clean through. Mega Red loses another 20 mil. Now this is the kind of consistency I was expecting going into this tournament. This is not a new strat. This is old meta stuff. But it is very effective, and very effective with good reason. And we can, as we can see the reason here.
EMP beam.
We are going to see an EMP beam, and I feel like that was an accident. But I am curious. Fire beam plus cannon. Pixnips just using the lightning beam offensively because trying to wait on the combo is just not working anymore. As I think we're seeing Mega Red and Pixnips kind of tech switch out of here. Just in time for Team Tarlahan to bring more firepower to bear. Mega Red down to 55%. His core never directly impacted, but he's just taken so many cannon shells that he's being chipped damage down. He's now completely out of money. Cannot repair the damage incoming. There's just too many cannons. Cannons in classic fashion are winning via dealing economic damage. As Mega Red is now sending his last hurrah, understanding that he is seconds from defeat, fires his 20 mil in spite, and goes out swinging. As Teeth and Feathers is just completely shut down here. Okay. Standard cannons and fire beams. This is actually what I was expecting to see a lot more of across this tournament. So I do appreciate the DLC weapons being used. I just wasn't expecting it. This is more along the lines of what I was expecting. And it is very effective. An EMP beam just getting shut down by a single sandbag. Classic sandbag behavior. Here comes another volley of cannons, empowered by the fire beam. Commander active out of Team Tarlahan to quick reset all those reloads, enabling another round of fire beam behavior, and also cannons. We do see that EMP beam coming out. Shutting down turbines and a couple mines. Didn't break anything though, which is, I think, one of the reasons why we don't see the EMP beam basically ever. If that was a fire beam, those turbines simply wouldn't exist anymore. But they do exist and can be used. Because it was an EMP beam instead. As we see the GG called for pick snips and the concede. And that is Team Tarlahan winning this best of 3. Well played. All right. Well, that did get exciting. Now that's more like it. You see an old strat clashing with a new one. Old strat won super hard, but it was very effective.
To be fair, it was also the perfect counter to the DLC strat.
Yes,
so.
yes. It just so happened. I mean, yes, but that's kind of the point of it. The Firebeam's whole gimmick is being able to shut down things like 20 mils and standard cannons. Like it is a defensive play for a reason. You have one player going mass fire beams to shut down the opponent, and then standard cannons just for the consistency of breaking them. It's very good. It's really hard to go wrong with it. The new strat is particularly susceptible to the fire beam, so it is basically a hardish counter. Ish. The Firebeam cannon strat is one of the primary reasons why we saw so much laser play in the previous meta. Just because lasers can do things like door snipe and get through anyways. Because Firebeams are just so strong. But alright, next up we have Team Godos Grebe versus Abrams. We have Dimmered and Alexander versus Taichu and Nils. Use that bracket command to check out the current bracket. I don't know. I would still love to see. Taichu and Nils might do this. I would still love to see just cannon o'clock lightning beams with smoke launchers.
Yes, please.
I
Or,
just
cannon o'clock magma cannons.
yeah. I mean, like, why not? Well, to be fair, we have seen that before. Well, cannon o'clock ish. Magma cannon's a little bit slower, but yeah, cannon o'clock.
No, they are actually exactly as fast as cannons.
Really, that is terrifying. Okay.
Yes, the timing of the upgrade is exactly the time missing for it to be a cannon compared to 120 mil.
You know, yeah, but they're so much more expensive.
Yeah, not really. I mean, you need an upgrade center, but the weapon
You
itself
need an
is
upgrade
not really...
center, and you need they cost a lot of energy. Look, it's possible, but that's
Yeah, sure.
getting a lethal amount of them is not something you can really do very easily. But I would still love to see it. Unironically, that's why Scattershot is banned, or at least was banned. Scattershot's just kind of really good for that strat. But I would love to see, like, there's so much. Oh my god, the banning scatter again.
Right, we'll see something different this time, I hope.
We'll see. Look, someone's gotta pick Fulminator, alright? You just gotta send it. Just pick Fulminator, just lightning at cannon o'clock. You can do it. No one's expecting it. You're gonna get good damage. You're gonna get at least one volley off, assuming you don't miss, which is a real problem. Missing is a real threat. Lord knows, all those 20 mils in that undefended stack honestly probably would have been fine because they don't get targeted. At least not usually. Would have been something else. But pinch fists, incredibly vulnerable to such things. So that's pretty rough. Like, there's so many things you can do and just aren't doing them. I think the only thing that's in something of a bad state right now would be the lightning beam. Not the lightning beam, the EMP beam.
Yeah, fair enough.
Everything else is strong enough that I'm surprised we aren't seeing it more. Like, genuine surprise. I think the only thing that I've seen is like I'm gonna say reasonable is not the right word, but a strong use for the EMP beam is when you're doing the sweeping beam stuff.
Well, it's been nerfed already, but...
Yes. It's still very consistent. Even post nerf, what little testing I've done, and seems to be still decently consistent at shutting down about 1 fort worth of fort, just like completely. But now we're off to our next round, where here we have the start of the best of 3 between Team Godos Grebe here on the left-hand side, and Team Abrams on the right. I see it too, 42.
Okay,
the scores, I think, are a thing. This is something that we saw last week as well, with this kind of thing, where the host was saying that they reset it, but the observers still didn't see it. So I think there might be something scuffed. Something bugged, perhaps. But that is a later issue. For now, it's Pinch Fist on the left versus Overdrive on the right. And this is an interesting mix because it's a pure rushdown commander versus basically a pure economy commander. Okay. We see the smelter first from Alexander. And are we going to see... he's already got a position for a munitions plant. It's munitions plant. Yeah, there it is. Alright. It's Lightning Beam Munitions Plant. Lightning Beam 20 mils from Godos Grebe. Pinch Fist flavored. Or on the right-hand side... It's Upgrade Center first, which is not a surprise. The only surprising thing is that Nils has actually gone for a workshop. So I'm not certain what this is going to be. I would like to see a Zapper out of Nils here. Buzzsaw. You know, I can get behind that too. Both Dimmered and Alexander are vulnerable, like lethally vulnerable to Buzzsaw. So that's interesting. Pair of Buzzsaws out of Nils, an AP Sniper out of Taichu. That could be great. That could be good. Oop. He caught that sniper on mid-air with a sandbag. Good job, Nils. Man, I would love to see just a little bit more aggression out of Team Abrams here, but they don't know. They don't know just how greedy. Oh, it was so close. That was almost a lethal shot. Alexander just a few pixels shy of going to... Oh, he sold off the one metal brace and that saved him. But I believe he's now full defended against such things. Dimmered is not, but he's okay on the defenses against it. Okay, that's a decent hit. The 20 mil... Oh, so close. You see, that's what I was talking about, the lethal shot there. It wasn't quite deep enough because Dimmered had managed to add additional... defenses at the end. But it was close. It was very close. Man, the greed from Team Godos. But they might get away with it here. Taichu has a defensive posture, a firebeam set into a defensive trench. So if the first alpha strike from Team Godos Grebe goes directly across to hit Nils, this firebeam should completely shut it down. But if the first alpha strike goes to Taichu, Taichu's probably just gonna get cleaned. And we're gonna find out here in about 30 seconds, probably less. All right. My question is, what will the offensive firepower of choice do? The firebeam? Yeah, there. Oh! Didn't quite get the firebeam lined up properly to completely shut it down, but did stop most of the damage from coming through. Not a full shutdown, but a pretty hefty shutdown. There's a lot of buzzsaws coming out for Alexander, which I think is a good call because Taichu and Nils are made almost entirely out of wood and are themselves technically vulnerable to lethal from buzzsaw. If only just barely. Yeah, okay, so Taichu is now the target of the 20 mil combo. Though it misses this time, predominantly, at least mostly misses. But for so long as Taichu is the combo, Team Abrams does not have a realistic defense against this. I would love to see Taichu's plasma beam live long enough to come off cooldown, or to come off construction and actually fire, because Alexander's not really particularly defended against heavy weaponry. And for that matter, Dimmered is partially vulnerable as well. That's going to be a lot of damage. Taichu is just... Taichu survives, but that's not the kind of damage he can keep tanking. Oh no, the buzzsaw takes out... Come on. You should have seen that one coming, Taichu. You had the metal to defend it. And the zapper's going to remove some turbines, or miss completely. Okay. Huh. Fascinating. And the fire beam cuts the Alpha Strike down in half. You know, honestly, that buzzsaw taking out Taichu's plasma may have been like the difference between winning and losing this. His Team Abrams desperately needs a bit of firepower to shoot back, to slow the damage output from Team Godos. And they just aren't getting it. They just don't have it. Commander ability active. As their eco skyrockets. You know... Oh, Taichu crumbling. His stability tech infringed upon at some point.
He's being dissected.
Yes. Like, yes, Team Abrams is kind of in the position they intended to be, where they're behind in map control and just working on their economy and trying to make it to that 15-minute mark where they can outscale everything. It's just, they're getting chipped down pretty hard. Taichu's not happy about the current trajectory of things. To put it nicely. Standard cannon. Not enough doors on Dimmered's cannon stack. Just goes clean through and takes out a 20 mil. Dimmered hasn't been particularly greedy. He's only been like half greedy. Only about half of his cannons are fully defended. Here comes the next Alpha Strike, the next combo strike from... And there's no stopping this. Taichu just tanks all of it directly to his face. And that is so much damage taken. That's not okay. Taichu cannot continue to take hits like this. They have to stop it. And Nils does not have enough damage output. However, Nils has tech swapped over to lasers, and with the lasers comes fire beams. If those fire beams come online before Alexander is able to, or should I say before Team Godos is able to fire again. Ooh, but the fire beams are just pushing through. Dimmered takes some damage. That is actually a good question, 42. What is the benefit to the lightning beam for upgrading to the canister?
So, first of all, the main beam itself deals more damage.
By
And
how
the
much?
smoke. Okay. Yes. Let me check.
You sound so proud of yourself, so happy all of a sudden.
Absolutely.
It's like, yes,
It took
I
me
have.
so long.
I know this. And the fire beams are once again shutting down the 20 mils. Honestly, I think with Nils going for the fire beam tech, we may see this game stabilize. And Team Abrams come back from here. We see Taichu is near completely reconstructed his defenses. He's building a plasma beam to go with it. Now, there's still practically no offensive firepower from Team 2 here. Team 1 is still basically free to do whatever they want. Basically.
So to answer your question, it deals 33% more damage.
33% more damage. That's not bad.
That's pretty good.
It is pretty
also
good.
like the main attraction for this is the smoke combo, of course,
Yes.
which there is a second lightning bolt.
Correct. That's where most of the benefit comes in.
But still, using a canister means you are getting more damage than the plasma.
Really?
Yes.
Well, so that makes sense, but is also kind of deceptive.
Because there are multipliers against armor and
yeah, multipliers against different materials and devices and such. The plasma in practice will do more damage than the lightning beam, even with the canister. Although the lightning beam apparently has more damage. Oh no!
Oh wow!
The lightning beam just slicing through some load-bearing background bracing. Nils loses everything. Well, almost everything. He kept his tech tree, though he's selling his tech tree for money. Because this is rough. And at this point, despite Team Godot's going for a rush, now has actually defended things. It's going up to, like, Alexander here has 2 plasmas to Taichu's singular plasma, which is pretty good, I gotta say. With Nils losing all of that, that went from Team Abrams, I would say, having a pretty clear advantage to Godot's now having the advantage. Oh dear, oh my. And the fire beam's not ready to fire. And
no, the door snipe was so close.
it was so close, but not enough. Nils goes down. There just wasn't enough ability, there just wasn't enough fire beams available. And the rod makes it across. Taichu's gonna get orbitaled. Is this lethal? No, but that was close. That was real close. If Team Godot's had a fire beam there to ignite those, that almost certainly would have been lethal, I think. Like, that was not quite perfectly on the core, but it was close to the core. Taichu is out of money. Energy specifically. A beautiful shot. Oh, but this is going to make it clean through, and all the damage is going through. Taichu loses heap loads of armor and defenses. If only, if only. Alright, a howitser's come online. I think the howitser's gonna do it, because that's not something that could be shut down by a fire beam. You tried.
Yes.
Taichu's armor is penetrated. The additional mines, the additional energy production up here has been targeted and destroyed. At least most of it. Here comes the howitzer again. Tight, you're gonna just tank that. Is this lethal here? Yes. Yes, it is.
This really is, yeah.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is round 1 going to Team Godos Grebe. Taking 1 point in this best of 3. Well played. Let's take a look at that slow-mo of that last kill shot here. It was a good one. Kaboom. That's a lot of damage. All right.
Nuclear launch detected.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we get some love in chat for Mr. Zobum coming in with the nuclear launch detected. Coming in with the 20. Thank you, coming in with that excitement and that hype.
Underscore incurs hype.
Thank you, thank you. I know we don't do alerts, stream alerts during the actual casts, but we always catch up on them in between rounds. I want to say thank you, Mrs. Upham, showing the support, because that's what keeps us going around here. Yeah. All right. Well, we've got another minute before the next round starts as we get into round 2 of this best of 3. Let us see. What kind of madness do we have here coming up soon? Bets on Lightning Beam 20 mil combo.
Nah. Nah, I don't think.
Couldn't possibly happen.
I mean, on Bombard, you have a lot of good options.
You really do. Like, unironically, there are a lot of good options. Like, there really are just a lot of good options. Alright, well, we'll get to see which of those options get used. As we're about ready to jump into the next round. What did I do? I'm being sassed and I don't know why.
It's because we were doing some countdown because Dimard said, give us 1 minute, and you didn't keep going.
Ah, okay.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Well, the players are ready, the match is made, and we are jumping into the action. Let us go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're off to round 2 in this best of 3, where here we have on the left-hand side it is Team Abrams, Taichu, and Nils, now playing as the Spook Commander. Against their opponents on the right-hand side, it's Team Godos Grebe, Alexander, and Dimmered playing as the Architect Commander. Godos Grebe has 1 point, and is thus on match point for this best of 3. Now what I'm interested in is seeing how the map progresses from here, because neither of these commanders are particularly offensive in nature. I'm not expecting to see some rushdown tactic. Now, basically every execution of the 20 mil lightning combo, has been a flavor of rushdown. And neither of these commanders fit that vibe particularly well, So I'm interested in seeing how it's going to go down for this.
Meanwhile, me just headbanging to the music.
It's good soundtrack, I gotta say. Nose had really cooked at the Firebird DLC OST. Like it's quite good.
Looks like a lot of upgrade centers.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of upgrade centers out of both teams here. That's what I was about to comment on. Both out of the Spook team and out of Godos Grebe. It's worth noting that Taichu down here, the forwardmost forward for Team Abrams, has not gotten an upgrade center. Is going. This is just Plasma Rush, probably Fire Beam, Plasma Beam combo. Like straight up selling tier 1 tech, getting tier 2 tech before mines. This is fast heavy weapons tech stuff here out of Taichu. Whereas Nils is going upgrades first. Eventually into cannons. We're not seeing a smeltery. Okay, so this is moonshot tactics. Alright then, what do we have going up here? So I'm curious as to what the specific weapons of choice will be for Team Godos. But Taichu does already have a plasma placed, and I suspect a fire beam coming soon. Interestingly enough, I think this is a map where Fire Beam Plasma Beam is not incredibly high value. Like most maps, vanilla at least, will have very tall starting forts. It gives a lot of coverage space, a lot of weak points to be targeted by the Plasma Beam. These do not. You start with a fort that it's only 2 grid spaces, or I should say 4 grid spaces high, 2 blocks high. Which is not a lot of coverage. Not a lot of space to cover, I should say. Okay. we have just standard cannons out of nils. Whereas on the other side, it's
I love the
standard cannons and
DLC.
fire beams. Yes. So we have mass fire beams out of Alexander, with Dimmered going standard cannons. Whereas on the other side, we have Taichu here going fire beam, plasma beam, and standard cannons out of nils. Interesting. Did Nils mess up his weapon platform and prevent? No, surely that's fine. He's just leaving a gap there on purpose. I'm not actually sure who I would give advantage here to. I think I'd give it to Godos. Because everyone's going eco except Taichu. And Taichu's offensive firepower will not be enough to end this game. With the sheer quantity of economic and defensive buildup for everyone involved. And so Taichu will be the only one who doesn't scale as well. And as such, will be behind everyone else after a few minutes. Here comes the first cannons. First cannon fired from Dimmered. Okay. As things are slowly going up to damage output. That's just, the defenses are so thick for everyone involved. I mean, this is intense. Fire beam. Second fire beam. Plasma. We didn't bother with the plasma. Understandable. Yeah, if you're Taichu, I don't know what you do. Like, I think you just start going eco, because what else do you do? The only scary bit here for anyone is that Alexander now has a Magna Beam, meaning that we're going to see a Magna Beam cannon combo out of Team Godos, and that could be game-winning. That could easily be game-winning here.
Imagine just having a few strikers.
Yeah, I think a striker would be decent here. Alright. How long until... So Team Godos is ready to do the combo right now. Oh, did you get your door open? No, not yet. Alexander's still working on it. He's just defending for the moment. Good. Alright. That's so many doors. Okay. It's combo time. Who gets eliminated? Taichu's the target, but is not eliminated. Now, it's worth noting on this map, such tactics are incredibly powerful. Because these bridge forts, if they're sliced anywhere along the length of the bridge, the whole thing comes crumbling down. So that's a lot of target area for that Magna Beam to actually hit. It hit in one spot where Taichu wasn't vulnerable, but Taichu is plenty vulnerable to that tactic. So I'm expecting more power, more opportunity. Oof. Not quite the shot they needed to make. Okay. This is a map where tier 3s are probably reasonable as just a primary weapon choice. Then again, it's hard to go wrong with standard cannons. Like, you can cannon stack high enough on this map that the eco just doesn't keep up. You know, triple cannon all coalesced via single magnet beam is still quite strong, but the armor is dense enough to prevent breakthrough of even triple cannon merge, which is impressive and terrifying. Honestly, I'm wondering if Taichu should just go rockets here. Like a rocket adapter in front of that return to sender might just do it. Just go triple rocket. That would force an incredible amount of anti-air out of Team Godos. Oof. Solid hits. For both sides. All right. Here we go again. Oh, but the magnet beam wasn't fired. Interesting. It's just cannons just slamming into Taichu, which, I mean, it's hard to go wrong with that tactic. Though, you'd probably want to focus fire, as those cannons have been scattered all over the place. I think Taichu is the appropriate target. I like that choice of howitzer here. There's not nearly enough anti-air on the board for Team Abrams to prevent the howitzer from landing. At least not yet.
Ooh.
The angle on that laser is pretty rough. I approve. And a little early on that, as the return to sender rejects those cannons. The fire beam is shutting down the anti-air. You love to see it. You know what else could work well here?
And we see a smelter from Taichu.
We could use some mortars here. There's a lot of horizontal space. Get like 12 mortars. What are they could do about it?
Oh yeah, 12, yeah. Sounds good. Just incarnate Narf.
Yes. Spend all of your APM firing mortars. All of it.
And all of them sequentially, so that it is a constant stream of mortars.
Yes. Now that's a better rounds than those cannons. Demo Red going up to 6 cannons, which is just... that's the kind of cannon I was talking about, where you just build enough cannons and... I mean, there's not enough eco on this map to survive cannonage of that firepower, of that magnitude. You just start punching anything, anywhere. And like, you don't need wraparound tactics or something special, you just cannon. A lot. More magnet beam to focus the fire. Actually causing a wicked angle on against Neil's fort
This
here.
is terrifying.
And that came up from below and almost broke some of those load-bearing struts. As...
It is also terrifying.
It is. Alexander's just looking for those weird angle shots to try to get under the armor of Taichu and Nils and is kind of sort of succeeding, which is scary. It's quite strong, at least when it lands. One of these days, Alexander and Dimmered are going to actually land this combo here and get some damage done with it, but apparently today is not that day. Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
The return to sender actually hit Dimmered with the cannon at a tier 3 angle. Did not expect. I've half a money like Taichu. I know you know how to do tier 3s. Just do them. Just to see what happens. Make the opponents panic. Honestly, Alexander's trenched fire beams have been destroyed so many times. Now that's the shot they've been looking to do.
There it is.
That was the shot they've been trying to do this whole time. And they nailed it. That shot has been available since the start. And they got it. Finally. Now, no more fire beams available to ignite these. To empower those rods. Rod's another weapon that come from the upward angle and is therefore quite powerful on this map. Delicious hot honey tea. It's worth noting that Nils has recollected Taichu's old base, and with it the laser beams. More importantly, the fire beams. Nils does not have the technology to reconstruct those fire beams. Once they are lost, they are gone forever. But they are very important for Nils' continued survival. I think Alexander knows that. As the cannons fly, get burned out of the sky. Alexander accidentally shoots himself, which is unfortunate, but no real damage has been dealt. We do see smoke lightning combo after all these years, but it's a little misaimed, very misaimed. And the Magna Beam goes through, or at least the cannons coalesce via Magna Beam, causing massive structural damage to Nils. Like the kind that makes me a little surprised that he's still standing. And he's no longer standing. And it all comes crumbling down. As Godos Grebe wins it 2-0 over their opponents. Well played. All of that off the back of finally landing that Magna Beam shot. That was well done, well aimed, and very effective. Let us go. Just slicing in from above. Ending it. Yeah, that was the shot they were looking to make for the entire time. Warning, nuclear launch detected. As we have Rico Caden coming in with the nuclear launch. No, that's Zobim again. Why are you like this? As Rico Caden coming in with the everything is on fire.
_Incursus hype.
Yes. This map gives you bridge builder
This map
vibes.
gives me bridge builder vibes. Love you hosting, by the way.
I'm
Smiley.
glad you enjoy. It does give bridge builder vibes, you know. Where's poly bridge when you need it? We have poly bridge, but with cannons, it makes it way better. Shout out to Rico.
Polybridge 4.
Poly bridge 4, yes.
Polybridge forts.
That's even better. And also Red Thunder coming in with that Prime Gaming, coming in with the 5-month streak. Congratulations, you regained access to all the beautiful emotes here on the channel as well as on the Discord. Glad you enjoy. Thank you for using your Prime on me. It's much appreciated. Gotta use it somewhere. Make sure to use it somewhere. All right. We are going into the bronze match. The two teams that have been eliminated thus far will get another opportunity facing off against each other to claim 3rd place in Tournament 33. Tell me, what are the prizes for the tournament this time around?
The usual. So it should be, let me think, it would be like $100 for first place, 50 for second, and either 20 or 30 for third place. Let me check. It is 20 for third place, yes.
Yeah. Some extra game cash for those who, to enjoy.
For those who did not win the FPL and would win the $500 from there.
Yes. Real money. Alrighty then. Hurricane and Spook are banned for this coming match. One of these days, someone's gonna. Neither of these. Well, Taichu and Nils might just do Fulminator or something. I don't think Mega Red and Pick Snips are in there.
Behold, the Fulminator!
Yes. They can do it. Alrighty then. We're just about ready to go. I hope you guys have gotten your snacks, got your drinks, and gotten to stand up and stretch. I'm actually to take this opportunity to stand up and stretch because the players are just about ready to go, and it's about to get exciting. Yes, stretch. Oh, yeah, that's good. Even better.
I will need to soundpad that.
Oh no. Not like this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are off to the races. The bronze match is here, and we're ready to go. As here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Abrams. Facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side, it is Team Godos Greep. In this mirror match,
Actually
Pinchfist
not.
versus Pinchfist.
It is Teeth and Feathers.
Teeth and Feathers. Why did I say Godos Greep? Thank you.
Because it
why.
was, yeah, the HUD was wrong.
That
Now
would
it's
make
fixed.
sense. Like I said Godos Greep, and then you said it's Teeth and Feathers, and then I looked and it was Teeth and Feathers, and I was like, am I crazy? Am I seeing things? What happened?
Oh.
Okay.
Oh,
That makes a
no.
lot more sense. Abrams on the left-hand side, and Teeth and Feathers on the right. Now we do have a lopsided spawn choice here. The players do get to choose where they spawn. So this is a 3v3 map, and the positions of the forts are purposeful and intentional. We do see Pixnips going for a fast smelter. Mega Red going for a fast munitions plant. So I do kind of just expect Team Teeth and Feathers here to go for the Lightning Beam 20mm combo. Where on the other side, Team Abrams is a little bit slower about things, albeit pinch fist style still. Looks like it's the same technology for the teams. Likely the same tactic. I suspect you're going to see more Lightning Beam 20mm coming around here. We do see buzzsaws for both teams. I think everyone's recognized that everyone is vulnerable to buzzsaws and wants to utilize them for their own ends. Because it's a lot of pinch fisting going around. A lot of pinch fisting going around. That man is vulnerable to buzzsaws and was almost lethal. I like to see Nils here with the zapper. One buzzsaw, one zapper. Nils is still vulnerable to that buzzsaw slice. It's close. Alright, send the zapper. Do it. I believe in you. I think those are still vulnerable to the zapper. Do it. Do it.
They should be, yeah.
Okay, well, you gotta give it a little bit more charge than that. Alas. Well, Mega Red does have two 20mm placed, and that should be a huge boon. Yeah, honestly, Team Teeth and Feathers here is just on the spot with their weapon placement. I think come cannon o'clock, Nils is going to be wiped off of this game. It's just going to be gone. Like, Taichu and Nils are doing the same tactic, but they're just behind. Like, Mega Red already has a 20mm firing. And just eliminated one of Nils' 20mm because they were still under construction and completely undefended. I think this is a tale of two teams going for the same strat, and one's just doing it better. However, Taichu's doing a thing. Taichu is redeveloping armory tech and has a striker, which I think is a lot more interesting than what Pixnips and Mega Red are doing. Actually, Pixnips 2 has a striker and has their armory tech. I thought he sold that off. Either way, Nils... I'm surprised he's alive, is what I'm surprised. 20mm follow-up, Nils just barely survives. You can do it. Alright, well, Nils survived this next rally. The answer is... no? No, the answer is no. Nils will not survive. And down he goes. Abrams has knocked down the Taichu as the only remaining player. But Taichu does actually have the Lightning Beam smoke combo. I really hope he gets it upgraded to a canister. Nope, he's going straight to the core. Do it. Huge hit.
Ooh.
Mega Red burns down to 4%. From 100 to 4%. Is selling off the battery nearby. He's like, nope. Unacceptable. Cannot let this happen. That was so close. That was so close to eliminating Mega Red there. But alas, I think Mega Red's not going to be vulnerable to this for the rest of the game. Oh, Lord have mercy. It's so close. But Mega Red survives it and has proceeded to thicken himself to a ridiculous degree. Has sold off every weapon, basically all of his batteries, has moved everything far away, says nothing is touching my core forever. And that's just how that works. Pixnip's now taking the brunt of Striker City. Pixnips is actually vulnerable to this. It goes straight to the core. Takes 3% damage, but is not enough to finish him off from 100% and is now down to 97%. Yeah, Taichu doesn't have an upgrade center. That's why he's not doing the volatiles. Okay. Well then, this has gotten dramatic. Ooh. Both players, Pixnips and Taichu, losing their strikers. Actually, Pixnip loses every one of their weapons. The only player with weapons right now is Taichu, and Taichu has a single lightning beam. Mega Red's trying to get his 20 mils back online. He's putting him at an angle so he can actually aim downwards. You know, I think technically Mega Red is still vulnerable to the smoke combo. It just has to come from an angle like this. From up here, or down below where the smoke turbine, where the energy turbines are. Like if you can get a smoke right by the turbines, and then hit that, I think that would be lethal to Mega Red. Assuming it's not a volatile canister, it would have to be a standard battery. And go directly to the core. It's a volatile canister. I don't think Mega Red's gonna get hit. Too volatile. But I think Taichu might be trying for that too. Though he's now using volatile canisters, which should be much more effective against Pixnips especially. Alright. Whew, that lightning beam taking a pretty hefty hit.
Shield.
That was. Alright. There are volatile canisters completed. The lightning cannon is just about ready to go again. We're about to see Taichu try another smoke combo launch here. Where Pixnips and Mega Red are just not in a position to deal damage. The 20 mil exists. He's just not in a position to deal damage. Not real damage. And Pixnips does not have any weapons. At least beyond a pair of snipers, which, to be fair, are a real threat to Taichu. Alright. So who's Taichu's target going to be next? Looks like it's Pixnips, and a solid hit. Takes out Pixnips something. I'm not sure what it was.
I would say metal storage.
I think so. I think so, because Pixnips is down below 1,000. metal max, which 1,000 metal is needed for the lightning cannon, which Pixnips has recently placed. Here's the thing. Team Teeth and Feathers is no longer significantly vulnerable to this lightning combo. A couple strikers could dramatically help push the lightning beam through, lightning cannon through, but oh, please tell me.
That's a bit high.
It is a bit high. I just don't think Mega Red's vulnerable to this anymore. Like, the only place you could possibly get it is right near the batteries. Behind and below is the energy production. But yeah, just going straight to the front is a reasonable tactic now. Alright, that's enough 20s to be a real problem. Yeah, that energy shield is going to be incredibly valuable here. Just keeping Taichu alive. That's just a lot of firepower coming in from on high. Like, I would want even more energy shields. Like, just do a horizontal energy shield over there, just to cover this. Like, between this node and this node, just do it. Just do it. This would be so much better. Oh no! Huge damage.
There it goes.
Taichu loses the lightning beam. Lightning cannon, and with it, that's Taichu's primary damage output. I mean, Taichu still has another lightning cannon down below. Honestly, with Pixnips managing to successfully expand to the lower platform down here, it's gonna be a rough. There's no way he makes that hit. Oh, he does. Now that is terrifying. Pixnips' core actually is moments from falling out. I mean, alright, so those who don't know, connections, like wooden connections to nodes, have a maximum angle they can bend away from their original position before they simply snap and come disconnected. So you can't have straight lines that end up bending over time. This is bending. This was originally straight and ended up bent because, well, Taichu did terrible, terrible damage to it. I am surprised that this is not enough bend. Well, no, so this is about as far as something can bend before it just snaps.
Yeah, I think it's 30 degrees or something.
If this bends anymore, for any reason, the core node here just comes disconnected from the fort, which happens actually fairly often for nodes in general, but when it's specifically the core node, well, you don't have a core anymore, and that is, you know, a bit catastrophic. So that's unfortunate. Pixnips just getting like sniped out here. This is basically equivalent to Pixnips being at 4%, where it's like Mega Red's at 4%, Pixnips is functionally at 4% or thereby, or
Yeah,
close to it.
I was about to say.
Like, I understand this match looks like it's not close, but Taichu is on the cusp of eliminating every player here, as he's just lost all of his mines. Oh my gosh. It's just a lot of damage, and Teeth and Feathers, they're just gonna do it again. God, every time Pixnips touches his fort and builds anything, I'm like, this is the moment he collapses. Like, seriously. There's no way Taichu knows this, but a lightning beam... Okay, well, he's gone.
We just saw it on Taichu's fort just then.
Yeah.
The 30 degrees thing.
Yeah, and there it is. I was gonna say, like, just slicing the extrusion off of Pixnib's fort might just end it there. But my lord, that was intense. Well, that's round 1. Oof, going to Team Teeth and Feathers as we go into round 2 in this best of 3. Good lord.
Peel is just yelling me about you saying lightning cannon all the time instead of lightning beam.
Yes.
And apparently at some point, like, you corrected yourself when you said lightning beam and then corrected yourself to lightning cannon. Is this rage bait?
Yes. It's peel bait, more
Okay.
like.
Yeah, it's working. Maniacal laughter.
Yes. My favorite kind. The joyful kind. Alright. We're just about ready for the next round. Next map will be Wingman. Round 2 in this best of 3. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this. And we're off to round 2. In this best of 3. And we see Fulminator here. Now, I do want to say something I saw in the lobby. Fulminator has been picked by Team Abrams here. Against Teeth and Feathers, Architect Commander. Teeth and Feathers is aware that Abrams is Fulminator. Or at least seems to be aware. I assume that they know. The reason for this is because we swapped the sides after Team Abrams selected their commander, meaning that Team Teeth and Feathers inherited the Fulminator commander selection, and therefore knows that Abrams has selected Fulminator. Now,
I'm not
Abrams
sure
could have
about this,
changed.
but maybe.
Pixnips commented on it.
Yeah, but I mean, it is also a bronze match, and it is basically expected
Yes.
in some sense.
Well, okay, it's still information. It's still information.
course.
Now, Abrams could have changed their commander selection, and in fact had to change their commander selection from Architect to Fulminator. So it's not a guarantee that Teeth and Feathers knows that Abrams is Fulminator, only that they selected Fulminator at some point. So I'm going to assume that Team Teeth and Feathers knows that Team Abrams is Fulminator and may defend themselves differently for it. We will see, as we have some pretty nice base laning coming around. We see Buzzsaw coming up from Nils. But for Team Teeth and Feathers, they're going full eco mode. It's early upgrade center for both players. So they're just going maximum economy. Whereas on the other side, we see Taichu going for the smelter early, selling off his early tech. So we're not going to see... We're actually not going to see the... Oh, no, he built a smoke launcher and is just hoping that he's never going to lose it. Which is brave. But they're going all in on this lightning rush. Whereas Nils is... I don't know what Nils is. I think Nils is doing early pressure. I think the strategy is early pressure from Nils, just to keep Team Teeth and Feathers on the defensive, followed by Cannon O'Clock, Lightning Cannon, Lightning Beam from Taichi.
Uh-huh.
They can do it. I think is the tactic here. I think it's the strat. I think they got it. Great damage from that Buzzsaw. And now the Zapper follow-up should take some turbines. Yes. 2 Zappers at 1 charge is enough to take out a whole turbine, which is pretty alright. I still prefer upper charges, because it splashes around. Do it. Do it. Yes!
Oh my god.
The mines have been slain. Pixnip loses a couple mines. That's going to slow him down a lot. It's going to give Taichu more of an opportunity to eliminate a player. Honestly, if Taichu lands this shot, Team Teeth and Feathers only have about 60 seconds left in this match before one of them gets annihilated. It's probably going to be Mega Red, because he's the closer one, easier target. And during all this time, they're not thinking about what's going to happen to them, but instead, with Nils's nuisances. Yeah, Mega Red's over here defending against Buzzsaws. Can do it. A question from chat. Would a player like Taichi be able to look at the enemy fort, see the bent node, and know that it's the core node? Referring to last round, the answer to that is yes, because the core was exposed and air-cooled. Now, whether or not Taichi was thinking that the core had been bent that way, that's a different question. Oof! The sniper takes out Nils' Zapper, at least one of them. And there it is, and you could do it. Oh, you have the angle. Surely you do. Mega Red ignited. Is that lethal? That's lethal. And down he goes. Now they just need to target the next player, who is immediately going to defend themselves. But this is the kind of tactics that I was looking forward to seeing. Just a Cannon O'Clock, laser cannon, lightning cannon, lightning beam.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't even smoke. He just wipes out the weapons. I mean, Pixnips doesn't have the weaponry. I mean, they are the Architect Commander. They could pop their Commander ability and instantly build that cannon, which you probably should do. But that's a conceit.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. I mean, they got bullied super
Yeah.
hard in the early game into just a clean elimination. And these weren't even greedy builds out of Team Abrams here. Like, Team Abrams is well defended. A little disappointed, but not surprised. Well played, Team Abrams, taking round 2 in this best of 3. That was a fast one. All right. Well then. So that was much more exciting to me. I would love to see more tactics like that. Even just the same tactic again. See how Pick Snips and Mega Red handle it. As we're ready to go into the next round. Question from chat. A quick reminder of the Fulminator abilities. The big ones are the heavy weapon projectiles that miss their targets, cause the lightning zap effect to damage nearby missed targets. And during the commander active, you get a force field around your core. And also, you get that same lightning bolt from your heavy weapons when you hit. So it's just a lot of lightning. The biggest thing, at least for this tactic, is that during the commander active, the smoke bomb combo produces a chain reaction of lightning. Instead of merely a single bolt of lightning that just penetrates deep, now it chain reacts much like the zapper. Or should I say it also chain reacts like the zapper. Which is quite effective. That one is actually kind of terrifying, because you get lightning pierced in one spot, and it just chains around. Well, we have this map again. 42, I thought we learned our lesson last time.
I mean, it is in the map pool. I'm sorry.
Yes. We could unpool it from the map pool.
Yeah, that would be cringe, though.
You know what else is cringe? Cringeworthy? The map.
Sure.
Alright. Let's try it again. And we're off to the races. As here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Abrams. Taichu and Nils now playing as the Overdrive Commander. Facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side, Teeth and Feathers now playing as the Phantom Commander. 42, they finally did it. It's the Phantom
Finally,
pick.
after all these years.
Yes, Phantom has been selected. So I'm going to be looking real hard at Team Teeth and Feathers here to see what kind of nonsense they're up to. And I'm going to be honest, even staring at them, there's a good chance I'm not going to be able to figure it out. It's a wild ride.
I will try to help out.
Yes. On the other side, Team Abrams, I suspect, is just going to go for the tried and true tactics. We see upgrade centers and economy until eventually weapons and eventually anything else. And probably try to win the game at the 20-minute mark. Teeth and Feathers over here. They're doing something, and I don't know what it is. I just know that they're doing something.
Okay, expose fake armory.
Yes, fake armory out of Mega Red, leaving it exposed just enough to convince their opponents that there's an armory being placed, which generally implies that he wants the opponent to not know about him going for workshop. Now, why wouldn't you want your opponent knowing you're going workshop? I have no idea.
Buzzsaws, zappers.
Buzzsaws, I mean, yes, but buzzsaws and zappers are not particularly game-winning tools.
Yeah, but I know a bunch of players who are waiting to see ink tech before reading a lot.
It's true. Very technically, the players for Team Abrams are vulnerable to buzzsaws. Very vulnerable to buzzsaws. Less vulnerable to buzzsaws. We'll see. They're vulnerable to it, but we'll see just how much. A bunch of flak being placed for pick snips, which I assume is going to be a shotgun rush. And we see buzzsaws being placed for Mega Red. Yeah, I think they're just doing buzzsaw shotgun cheese here. They're going to buzzsaw to open things up, shotgun to punch through, and see what kind of damage they can get done. Potentially lethal, actually. Taichu is especially vulnerable to such things. Picksnips adding in weapon platforms. Or Mega Red is doing the same thing. Taichu using the minigunner to scout for nonsense. Not knowing that the nonsense is phantom nonsense. And therefore... Ooh!
Aha!
Detected. Phantom released, shotguns go, and Taichu is down. That leaves Nils alone against the world. Now, Nils too is vulnerable to such early aggression. The question will be, does it work? The answer is looking like it might just be a yes. Are these shotguns ready to go? Not quite. Now they are. Ooh, Nils down to 56%. Man's putting a battery in front. You monster. Oh, he's letting it happen. Okay. This is concession in explosive format, in dramatic fashion, as Team Teeth and Feathers wins round 3, the best of 3, and 3rd place in the Firebird 2v2 tournament. Well played to Team Teeth and Feathers. Good job. Well played to Pixips and Mega Red. That's Phantom shenanigans, by the way. That's just that's how Phantom does things. Alrighty then, next up, we have the Grand Finals. The match between Godos Grebe and why don't I know their new name? Why are you like this? Why are names like this?
Tarlahan?
Tarlahan, thank you. I'm looking forward to this one.
Makes me think of like marathon or something.
It does. It really
I
does.
have no idea what the reference is.
Me neither. But I do appreciate seeing some cheese. I'll be honest, when that minigun took out the first shotgun, I was like, hold up. Are they going to defend this? But no. No, they did not. Ah, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just about ready for the finals. This will be a best of 5. And I'm looking forward to it. Tar and Julian versus Alexander and Demered. Now this will be a best of 5, so we will be seeing some pretty notable strategic variety, I suspect. Just because by the end of it we're going to have several commander bands that will be a bit more restrictive. So I doubt we're going to be seeing the 20 mil lightning beam every time. At least not from the same team repeatedly.
Alright, time to grab the last snacks before the match starts.
Yes. You guys want to stand up, grab a drink, grab a snack, and stretch? Now is your opportunity. I'll be taking the opportunity to do the same. Have some nice, delicious tea with me, but standing up and stretching is important. I come with tidings, with remembrances. Say, hey, stretch those legs, get the blood flowing just for a moment. Before we start this next match. All right. Excellent. Looks like we're gonna have another match where Scattershot is banned. It's interesting that Scattershot went from almost never being banned to being banned very frequently with the DLC drop. But I think the match is all made and ready to go. We have Scattershot and Hurricane banned. Looks like we have snacks. Good. Alright, the players are ready. The match is made. Let's jump into the action. As we're starting round 1 here in this best of 5. A question from chat. Is this why Phantom keeps getting banned? Yes, actually. Phantom may not be a popular pick even when they aren't banned, but even when they aren't banned, there's a just the chance that players could pick Phantom and do that means that there's a whole lot of interest in banning Phantom just to have the peace of mind to prevent that kind of thing from going on. 42, I have lost connection to the lobby, and it looks like I'm... Oh, 1 second.
Okay.
No, I was unable to rejoin, but Steam Friends list helps immensely and bypasses any and all joining options, so... Problem solved. Joy of having Steam Friends enabled and being friends with everyone. Alright, well, we are off to round 1 here in the finals of Tournament 33. Where here we have on the left-hand side, it's Team Tarlahan. Julian and Tara playing as the Pinch Fist Commander. Facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red forts, it's Team Teeth and Feathers. Alexander and Dimmered. It's not Teeth and Feathers. It's Godos Grebe. Team Godos Grebe. Alexander and Dimmered. You could do it. Alright, he's got it. Good lord. Alright, so it might... Are you seeing Teeth and Feathers as well? Or is it just...
Yes.
Okay. It's not just me. There it is. Now, something is definitely going on with the spectator HUD. We'll have to look into that. But we are seeing the token EMP coming out from Tar. Early and annoyingly timed.
Okay, actually, it looks like he fixed it. It's good.
He did. Good job. Team Godos Grebe on the right-hand side. Dimmered and Alexander. We're seeing a little bit of aggression here. Like, surely that's not for flak, right? That's double shotgun opener. Yeah, that's double shotgun openers. Dimmered takes EMPs to the core. Everyone's just kind of going heavy weapons though. Like, this is not a This is not a determined offensive from anyone. The pair of shotguns will threaten Julian's mines, but I think might not get them. Tar loses a couple turbines, but that's more annoying than it is anything else. As, honestly, Team Tarlahan, despite picking Pinch Fist, just isn't playing super greedily. They're just using Pinch Fist to get a slight edge in the early game. And so those shotguns are simply not going to be particularly useful. We see them downgraded from shotguns back into flak for a full refund. I'm sure they're going to be sold here in a minute. And yeah, there's the sell-off as the sniper comes out. Ooh! Catches that bolt, that shot with a sandbag, allowing the flak to survive just long enough to be sold to get a little bit more cash back from it. Giving Alexander the ability to recover and actually boost themselves toward more money. Dimmerred in the lead for cannon timings as far as big cannons are concerned. But Team Tarlahan's going for it's the lightning beam plus 20 mil combo in quite a greedy fashion. Functionally undefended weaponry, and 20 mil is just all over Julian's fort. Tar is going to be hitting with the volatile flavor of the lightning cannon. Lightning beam.
Yes, thank you.
We do see Alexander going for a classic choice here. Plasma first, fire beam. It'll be plasma fire beam combo. Dimmerred on standard cannons. Honestly, strategy-wise, we've seen this before. As long as Team Godos can get the fire beams out, then it basically shuts down Tarlahan's 20 mils. But there are no fire beams placed for Alexander or Team Godos in general, and therefore we are going to see a problem where I assume Alexander, just based on the design of the forts, is going to cease existing, or at least is going to have a very bad day, because Julian absolutely can fire all 4 of those 20 mils, and while he can't tank a hit, he's going to have a really bad day. Or at least he's going to be giving a really bad day to Alexander specifically. Right. Yes. Honestly, poor timing and synergy for Team Tarlahan. Alexander doesn't take much damage, and in reply, Dimmerred punches Tar's internals. Door snipes a battery of all things. Let me rephrase. Door snipes a volatile canister of all things. And takes out a mine. That's a wild situation. Did not expect that. But alas. Honestly, is that better? I don't think that door setup is better. Well, okay, so he needs a little bit more angle on us. Just the smoke getting involved. Sniper on sniper action. There you go. Now that's a little bit better, but not great. This man's fully putting batteries right behind that door that had already been door sniped once and hit multiple times by a cannon. Tar, why are you like this? Okay. Well, I think I know what's going to happen there, and it's going to involve batteries getting blasted by a cannon. Now, Alexander is covered in repair centers, so I don't think the smoke is going to be doing much. Tar even puts a volatile canister there. Tar, you can't be okay. I think Tar is going to
He
explode
can
batteries.
do whatever he wants.
He can, in fact, do whatever he wants. And what he wants is to send a whole lot of damage to Alexander. I'm sorry, but that is 420 mils directly into the front of Alexander's fort. And an empowered lightning beam. And about half of those 20 mil rounds are boosted by the zap tactics. So that's just a lot of damage hitting Alexander here. Now, Team Godos and Alexander are sitting on maximally upgraded economy with the overdrive commander for even more economy. So Alexander's not in the worst case scenario, but I mean that is a lot of damage. Julian up to 520 mils going on 6. Alexander's long and deep past the boundary where they can afford to continuously rebuild. And simply way too much damage incoming. And Team Tarlahan's ready to just do it again. Honestly, Julian needs more batteries. He's gonna start running out of batteries to fire the full alpha strike of 20s here. Alright, and commander active. They're relying on the commander active to get that going. I think Julian really should be group firing his 20s here. Just to make sure that most of those shots get empowered by the lightning beam. But Alexander's armor is breached. He recovers, but he's got a blinking forelong, which is a horrible, horrible thing. It's like a 3.5.
Nightmare fuel.
Yeah, it's like a 3.5 long. You get a blinking 3.5 long. It's bad. It's really bad. Alexander's not long for this world. He's selling off his technology just to add more armor. Like, the lightning cannon is doing work, but honestly, it's the 20s.
The lightning what?
The lightning beam is doing work, but it's the 20s. It's just what this is basically just 620 mils slamming in Alexander. It's just slamming Alexander's front. That's basically this whole tactic right now, and it's working. It's working. I think genuinely, if Julian just up-tiered a couple of those 20s to magmas, Alexander just explodes. That's just it. There's the group fire. That's the damage we needed to see. Alexander's penetrated early in the volley, and there's no surviving that. That's just altogether too much damage. Now, there needs to be some serious reconstruction. Not only has Tar been pummeled nearly out of this game by it ramping cannon stack, but basically all the weapons as they are placed are designed in such a way as to deal damage to Alexander and only Alexander. The rest of the weaponry literally cannot hit Dim Red in his top fort here, who has managed to get a Firebeam on the board now, which will shut down many of these 20 mils. So yes, I would definitely love to see some magma cannons added in. Like, Julian's just one upgrade center away from having incredible firepower, as Tar is just struggling to survive here. Honestly, like, it's only 3 cannons, but 3 cannons has left Tar on the cusp of defeat. He's been penetrated so many times. And it's like, comes to the understanding that Tar is just there to take hits and to empower Julian, but man, it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. It's close to lethal every time. Tar is down to 67% on the cores. He's just been touched. I haven't really been pointing it out, but Tar has really been getting slammed. That Firebeam exists for one purpose and one purpose only: destroying 20 millimeters. Oh, the double snipe on that fire beam. Oh my god, Tar's down to 49%. Just triple cannon digging through. Alright, Tar. At what point do you return to sender? Huh. The buzzsaw actually doing the final blow against that plasma. Didn't expect that. We are seeing portal swarms starting to be set up for Julian here. Demerad getting a full line of metal across his fort. That will keep him defended much more efficiently against the weaponry being fielded by Team Tarlahan here. I was going to say, I'd like to see a striker out of Tar. But Tar actually switching into Rod from God, which I think is also a wonderful idea. One more sniper shell? Yeah. Another fire beam goes down for Demerad here. As fire burns across Julian's fort.
Tar now has the upgraded smelter, I believe.
Yes, Tar has officially upgraded his smelter, which means he can produce ammunition of the rod type twice as fast. Interesting note that Tar is adding in a hefty amount of armor across the top of his fort. Despite Demerad not going for top-down attacks, at least not confirmed.
I had a Magna Beam, and he did.
He did have a Magna Beam, but I'm curious as to if Tar recognized that, or what is going on there. Because as far as I could tell, this wasn't announced anywhere. Tar just knew, apparently. Which, I mean, technically, the moment a plasma came out from Demerad, a Magna Beam could also have been a threat. So Tar might just be playing with an overabundance of caution. But I mean, it worked. It worked in his favor this time. As Julian is now the target of the cannons. Actually penetrating Julian's armor, doing some damaged juicy internals, but nothing more than a repair bill. There you go. Just the firepower from Julian, just shutting down everything Demerad's trying to do. But now there's a nuke in play, and that nuke is going to slam the Demerad's armor. Doing a fair bit of damage, but nothing deep. I like the addition of the minigunners, I must say. Oh, wow. What a way to crumble.
Oh yeah, I was waiting for that.
Just a little bit too much weight, too much height. Team Tarlarhan wins it after Demerad actually collapses to structural integrity failure. Well done. We're gonna have to check that in the replay. 'Cause that one's a satisfying way to crunch. So this one actually happened because of too much weight, too much connection, too much weight on that connection. Where it just dragged the fort forward, causing it to zipper along the bottom. once the strut, the load-bearing strut broke to the buzzsaw, it just all comes crumpling down. Yep. From blinking furlongs to a fully collapsed fort. Well done. Good hits. Very good hits. Warning. Nuclear launch detected. There we go. Alrighty then, we're going on to round 2. Next map will be Vanilla Motherships. Or Vanilla Moonshot. Why did I think Motherships?
What did you say?
I don't know, what is going on in my brain today? I'm using all the wrong... I'm like replacing random syllables with similar syllables in words, and I don't know why.
Have you tried putting your brain in rice?
I don't know. I don't. It's over. It's too late. It's gone. Alright. We're just about ready to start the next match. Or the next round within the
Drink
match.
some more tea.
Yes. I have tea in a thermos and it's nice and hot.
Be hydrated.
Like the perfect temperature. Man, seeing Dimmered's ginormous block of a fort just get zippered like that, just crunching, is very satisfying. All right, we are off to round 2 in this best of 5. Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are in the finals of Tournament 33. Godos Grebe here on the left-hand side. Alexander and Dimmered are playing as the Pinchfist Commander, a very popular choice this tournament. Are facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red. It's Team Tarlahan. Tar and Julian are playing as the Architect Commander. Team Tarlahan has 1 point, has 1 match, has 1 score in this best of 5. And they're looking to make it 2 points. I'm not terribly surprised to see Pinchfist chosen as much, especially when there's new stuff found or like meta shifting times. Pinchfist tends to come out just because rushing things works really well. You know, you have a plan and you do the plan well. It works really well against opponents who don't have a well optimized plan just yet. It's like Pinchfist is the baseline of strength you must meet in order to survive. So when things are in flux, seeing Pinchfist wielded as the baseline strength is quite effective. I think the most disappointing thing is that we didn't see magma cannons last round. I think it would have been a great time for them.
Yes, just a couple would have been nice.
Yes. Like, you don't need all magma cannon. I am convinced that you can over-invest in magma cannons. You don't want to over-invest in magma cannons. You just want a couple of them. Just like, if you have, just like half and half. I don't know. Let's just pick a number. Let's just say 50-50 split between magma cannons and standard 20s.
I mean, you want something to destroy the anti-air before shooting the magma cannons.
Yeah. And you know,
not even before. You can shoot both at the same time. The 20s are so much faster. The projectiles, it turns out to be fine.
and it kind of depends on the angle there. I've done that a few times and ended up blasting my own magmas out of the air, but
I mean, also the fact that the AA is opening the doors for the magma cannons. The 20s are just then destroying the AA. It's quite good.
yes. Still, we're gonna see, I think, Godo's Greeb going for that strategy this time. It'll be the 20 mils plus lightning cannon. Where the other side, Team Tarlahan, I think they're going fire beam spam is what I think is going to happen here. Fire beam spam plus something from Julian. Alright. This man used a battery to block for his sniper and got punished for it. Deserved. By the way, we're seeing upgrade centers early for Team Tarlahan, where Team Godos is going for the, I'm going to say, a more aggressive flavor of the 20 mil plus lightning cannon, lightning beam. I like the shotgun. The buzzsaw plus shotgun does good work. No, Team Godos hasn't been so greedy as to sell off all their metal, so they will not be taking real damage from this. Alexander building a zapper, which I like to see. Tar selling off the shotgun and all offensive tools. Julian forced to temporarily wall off his turbines just to keep them alive. Julian's still a ways away from having offensive weaponry, and while Tar is building the first fire beam at the moment, Dimmered is just firing 20 mils just to have them fired. Oh, that actually gets underneath and hits the mine. I didn't... Huh. The angle on that's a little rough, but it looks like he had it. Now here's the thing. Alexander's just a few seconds away from completing the lightning beam, and Dimmered will have two 20 mils to go with it, each of which are decently defended. Like, this has been fast, but not a full-on rush out of Team Godos. So they're just gonna blast probably Julian. Yeah, there they go. And that's just a hefty chunk of damage. Julian and Tar take it without any real consequence, but nevertheless, that's a hefty chunk of damage. It's the kind of stuff they can't keep taking. However, Tar now has fire beams in place and ready to go for the next strike. Or at least should be ready to go. He just needs to make sure that they're opened up and have doors, which they aren't. I would love to see this strut in particular get changed to background bracing, but it looks like it will not be, because then this thing could fire upwards without ever being exposed. But yeah, because that beam doesn't have a line of sight, and I think this one doesn't either, not while these struts exist. So that's unfortunate. Oh, that one actually does have a shot.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunate that he fired then. Oof. This beam here is purely defensive postured, and it gets a nice shot off. defending. Well, I'd say a nice shot. It just partially defended Julian. It kept a few strikes away. It helped. Whoa, tar. Not nearly enough metal. You gotta fix that there, buddy. Oh, that fire beams. Gonna get zapped. How did you not get zapped? That visibly hit it. But just like that.
Skill solution.
Yes. Yeah, the fire beams are shutting down the 20s. Dimmer's gonna have to do something. Because the lightning beam plus a single 20 like that just is not the kind of damage that... Which is... it's not enough damage. It just isn't enough damage. Julian and Tar will be able to do whatever they want while just casually repairing that kind of damage. Yep, there it is. I was gonna say, like, is he even gonna bother to fire the lightning beam? It looks like the answer is yes, but yeah.
If there is only bracing, it is actually stronger than the plasma by itself.
That is true. Julian does need to add in some metal somewhere, preferably along the outside area.
Somewhere in the middle, hopefully.
Yes. It's worth noting that Julian's on the cusp of collapse here.
Retaliate.
Yes, Tar has finally produced a plasma, which means real damage output. And Julian is still on the defensive here, just building more fire beams for himself. Honestly, Team Tarlahan just doesn't have damage output. Like, they're playing defensively, but Team Godos isn't so greedy as to just be destructible, just to be able to, well, be vulnerable to fire beams. And they just don't have... Oh! A beautiful door snipe.
Crazy door snipe.
That wasn't even... Like, Tar didn't have the energy to fire that plasma. He just fired half a plasma shell. Plasma round. Directly through Alexander's open door. And removed Alexander's lightning beam. And most of Alexander's core alongside it. That was nice. A beautiful shot. Yeah, I think Tarlahan is just showing us how to deal with this 20 mil lightning beam combo stuff. Like, it's a good strat for sure. It has counterplay, and Team Godos is relying on it a little bit too hard, I think. And Team Tarlahan is showing us what it looks like when you rely on it too hard.
It's very fun to see, like, the meta being, like, refined in real time.
Yes. Yes. This is what I was hoping for. I say as if Julian is... I mean, this fort... There's not enough stability tech to save Julian from his decisions here. Like, this is overwhelming, overbearing. It's over something.
He's making a boat.
Making a boat. He's making a whole dreadnought over there. Hey, there's a sweeping beam. Oh god. 42. Why did that penetrate while sweeping the entirety of Julian's fort? 42. Okay, oh
Excellent
god.
question. No. Let me ask Beeman.
What happened? We've already fixed this recently.
Yes, so many times.
Why is it back again? This was like fixed like 2 weeks ago. Oh no. Not like this. Oh, I just make another video on it. Hey guys, look what's back. The sweeping beam is back.
I mean, it might only work because it's the opponent's shield.
That doesn't make it better. I mean, that's probably true. But that doesn't make it better. Oh no.
I mean, that means you're relying on your opponent's shield to sweep the beam somehow?
Yes. So that's probably... Assuming that's the case. Still, just seeing it sweep like that is not okay. Something is going... Whoa, magma cannons! Finally! It only took like
finally.
6 minutes of being shut down for Dimmered to get magma cannons on the board. These magma cannons can punch through the fire beams and just start dealing damage again. That's going to force an incredible amount of anti-air out of Team Tarlahan. And I can tell you, Julian's Fort, not ready to handle the extra massive anti-air.
Yes, you cannot fire beam something that's already on fire.
Correct. And there's a howitzer. Oh, big damage. Alright, Tar, it's your turn to plasma. Do it. Do it. Well, he gets door sniped.
Door sniped.
There are the magmas. That's some good damage. Do it again. Do it. I believe in you, Dimmered. Honestly, he probably should have kept at least one. He should have kept that. Probably should have kept that last one at 20 mil, but... More magmas. Send it. Boom.
Solid flak.
Yes. Honestly, between the howitzer and the magmas, I think Team Godos is going to be doing some incredible damage. It looks like apparently to Julian specifically, whose fort is on fire.
Because everything is always on fire.
Everything is indeed... It's penetrating so deep. It's just ruining Julian's fort here. Oh. Did that hit the bottom? That hit the bottom strut of the howitzer. Oh my god, that was so close to taking out the howitzer there. Okay. Door snipes galore. Alexander getting another door snipe on tower.
Or back to 2 plasmas.
Yes. And enough ants here on the board for Tarlahan to be full defend. Never mind. I was about to say enough ants here on the board for Tarlahan to be full defended, but looks like they actually got it. Got a shot through there. That plasma from the lower front of Alexander's fort, it just exists to door snipe things, and it's working. It's working really well. Now, double howitzer. So there's a thing. At some point, there's a kind of mid-range where anti-air works. If you don't have enough anti-air, should I say, how do I want to describe this? If you have too few things that can be shot down, they get shot down by anti-air. But at some point, you can just keep building things that get shot down by anti-air, and it overwhelms the opponent's point defense. And then things start getting through. And it becomes a problem. Because once things start getting through, then the point defense starts dying. Then you have less point defense. And so more things start getting through, and it just spirals, just domino effects really quickly. Oh.
The thing is, I feel like Team Tarlahan is failing to ramp up the damage.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, they've been struggling to damage output this whole game. I think mostly by choice, but at this point, I mean, they have to fire back at some point, and they're struggling to do so. Tar's at 2 plasmas, Julian's at a howitzer. That's the damage output for Team Tarlahan at 17 minutes. Compared to Godot's Grebe, which is at a 20mm 2 howitzers, is at 2 howitzers at 3 magma cannons, a plasma, and soon to be a couple rods from God. I mean, these are just not... These are not close. Well, the rods didn't make it across, which is not a surprise, given they had no cover. Oh, but that 20's make it across. Solid hits. Tar takes another huge chunk of damage. Honestly, I think Tar's just spent all of his money on armor and nothing else. I mean, look how much armor is on Tar's fort. Really should donate some of it to Julian.
Played modded.
Yeah. Yes. God, they're just doing things. I mean, you can tell how much more damage the team is doing once the 20 mils were upgraded to magma cannons. But they are still struggling to get damage done, that's for sure. Team Tarlahan is just defending well enough, even if it's terrifying. The second howitzer coming online for Team Tarlahan, for Julian specifically, should be a huge boon. That's absolutely going to force consistent anti-air out of Team Godos here. Honestly, I would love to see the lightning smoke combo out of any of the teams here. Alexander certainly has the tech for it. He was using it earlier, or at least he was using lightning beam earlier. He was using smoke even more recently. That is a satisfying amount of chunk flowing through the air.
Daka Daka.
Daka Daka. Indeed. Daka indeed. Alright. Julian's unofficially blinking 4 long step. Multiple blinking 4 longs. Like, you cannot be building, like, Julian cannot build more things. Julian absolutely cannot build more things. He needs to replace what he's got with weaponry. As Dimred's going up to triple howitzer, which I like to see. Going for the overwhelm the point defense strategy. As Alexander's about to launch triple rod from God here, they've got to do a big alpha strike where Dimmered just unleashes everything, and then Alexander just triple rods. Tar is trying to defend himself against this inevitability. This is not something that's been hidden. They know it's going to happen. They just don't know when or how much. The howitzers cover for it, and 2 of them land. But is there a fire beam? There's not. Solid hits, but there's no real follow-up. That'll cause some damage. More door sniping. I will say Alexander has been on the spot with the door snipes. even sniping the howitzer shells out of the air every so often with his own sniper, which is hilarious. Oh, a huge hit! Dimmerhead actually almost goes down there to a howitzer shell that made it across. And
still a complete shutdown.
Yeah, I mean, it's just working. The defensive tactics from Team Tarlahan is... They're staying alive, and I guess they're slowly whittling Godos down, but not... The thing is, they're not even really slowly whittling down Godos here. Like, yeah, they get a good hit every now and again, but everyone gets a good hit every now and again. There's no follow-up for anyone on either side. It's like, it's just a matter of how long does this go before Julian collapses himself. Although, that hit did some damage. Well, the follow-up is perfectly defended with energy shields. And now the armor has been replaced, so there's no... Everything's back to the status quo. Someone needs to do something. I like Alexander reconstructing the lightning beam here. If he can get a smoke launcher, we might see an odd angle attack. This is a situation where someone building tier 3s can just win the game. Coming at with the lightning smoke combo could do it. You gotta get something in from somewhere. You just gotta get it across. Old smoke meta could probably handle this here because it shuts down the fire beams. Mass smoke from Team Godos, I think, could dramatically boost their ability to get things done. Like, you don't have to destroy the enemy anti-air. It's behind multiple layers. I mean, look at how many layers of metal that this is behind. You're not breaking through that reliably. But if you cover it in smoke, you can't shoot out. We're seeing the smoke launcher constructed for Alexander. We're gonna get one shot here from Alexander before Team Talahan reacts to this. Do it. Huge hit. Going deep, shredding, actually punching through important pieces of armor there. But it looks like Julian's just going to tank it. He's got some more deformation added in, but deformation has not been the death of him yet, as much as it's tempted to. It has tried, but has not defeated him just yet. Oh, the EMP. I like that rod from Godshot. It just goes up as a distraction. It does nothing else. Are we seeing repair center? We're not actually seeing repair centers coming out from Team Tarlahan yet. So they're not afraid of the lightning beam. They just know of its existence. I think Tar is actually the most vulnerable to the lightning beam. But it looks like they're going for Julian again. At least that's the target. Using the fire beam to break the smoke, I think just kind of incidentally. The fire beam does actually shut down the smoke projectile. It turns it into a weapon. Oh, a swing and a miss.
Small haircut.
Small haircut, but nothing crazy. Still no anti-smoke measures from Team Tarlahan. I think they're just going to try to face tank the hit, which is a bold decision. Another miss. Unfortunate. Not quite, Alexander not quite zeroed in. To be fair, that is a bit difficult of a shot to make. I will say this: the energy shields from Alexander have been top tier. Using, Alexander's been consistently using the harpoon launchers with the horizontal mortars to take out the howitzers just as anti-air, which is hilarious to me. Oh, a huge hit! Dimmeray gets door sniped, and it all comes crumbling down. Massive damage, and there it is. After all this time, a good old-fashioned plasma grade laser and a door snipe is what does it. Dimmered goes down. Alexander takes massive damage from a similar laser shot, and it's just over. Good lord. Now that was a wild time. To think, the thing that ended it, regular old lasers, after all this. Was it actually the burn? It wasn't the plasma. It was actually the fire beam that did it. I saw the plasma hit and I thought it was a door snipe. It was actually the fire beam that just cooked the magma cannons down. Interesting. Okay. Now the shot that ended this one was that right there, because the smoke prevents things from happening. And so you can't repair the smoke, and then the smoke launcher goes up, and now you can't repair the fire and the deformation, and then he just kind of has everything running through his fort, and it just crumbles. All right. And that is round 2.
That was only round 2.
That was only round 2, indeed. All right. Now, so that's 2 rounds going to Tar and Julian. So that brings them up to match point in this best of 5. Alexander and Dimmered are going to have to win this one, or Tar and Julian will take first place in this tournament. But the match is made and the players are ready, so we are off to the next round. Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round 3 in this best of 5 between Team Tarlahan and Godos Grebe. It's a mirror match, a spook mirror match, which is going to be neat. Information games, I would say information games really is just thievery the whole time. Tar, don't do it. Tar, no. Tar, no.
Yes, Tar, yes!
The moment I saw him do that, I was like, that's risky. Are you really to do that? And then he moved his mouse away. I'm like, oh, no, not like this. Good lord. Well, everyone's playing Spook, so everyone knows what every commander choice is. And it's thievery. Just pure thievery. Which is hilarious. And an interesting note, when you have players stealing from the players who are stealing from the other players, it doesn't really change much. It's just kind of a zero-sum game.
I mean, it is zero-sum if both players get the active equally often.
Yes.
Which typically is not always the case.
Correct. So it's kind of the team that gets shot the most is the team that gets to steal the most. So it's kind of sort of a comeback mechanic,
Yes.
or at least a resistance to snowballing,
Yes, very good.
which is nice. Alrighty then. So I'm looking for unusual activities from the teams here. We're seeing upgrade center for everyone involved. A variety of tech. The first smelter has been placed for Tar. Factory now for Alexander. The other two haven't chosen their tier 2 tech just yet. Julian building a... Is that an EMP or a flak? It's flak. Yeah, we're seeing upgrades for everyone. It's kind of a slow progress toward the heavier weapons eventually. The buzzsaw hits Julian, which is a little scary for Julian. He's technically vulnerable to the kill shot with buzzsaws, and that was the kill shot. He's just a bit too thick to go down to a single buzzsaw. There would have to be two of them. So it's not quite there just yet. It looks like Alexander's not going to be building a second buzzsaw, so he doesn't have to worry about that happening. Not that, well, let me rephrase. He has to worry about it happening, but it isn't. We can see from our spectator cam that it isn't going to happen. More importantly, tier 2 tech has been selected. Dimmered going for cannon tech, as well as Julian. So we are going to see smelters plus cannon. Potentially more 20 mil lightning beam combo out of Tarlahan. For Godot's Greeb, however, it's no smeltery. So we're seeing standard lasers and cannons here. I'm expecting fire beam, plasma, and cannon against what is probably 20 mils and lightning beam, at least statistically. Though, I'll be honest, Tar's not going for the same builds that the... Like, Tar and Julie, they just aren't going for that same build. Like, there's a lightning beam for Tar. But, I mean, what else do you build? Yeah, that's a standard cannon out of Julian. Okay. So we're seeing some... different tactics here, which I like. I don't know what the tactic is exactly. That lightning beam is positioned in what I would think would be a defensive posture. But lightning beam doesn't work defensively. What is the plan here for Tar and Julian? Julian's selling off the upgrade center. Interesting. Not keeping it for potential turbine upgrades.
Those are cannons.
Cannon. Those are, in fact, standard cannons, yes. Just going with the cannon stack for Julian. As is Dimmered. I like Dimmered's cannon stack better than Julian's. It's prettier, and also looks more stable.
I just thought of something very stupid and silly. You could technically counter the opponent's lightning beam if you first lightning their own projectiles when they come out. Because it doesn't work twice.
I was gonna say, it doesn't work twice, yes.
It is very silly, to be fair, but you could do it.
Yes. You could. That would be interesting. I wonder if that's what Tar and Julian's plan is, instead of using fire beams to lightning in it.
I imagine that this lightning beam can still hit Dimred.
Yeah, I think it has an angle to hit them, or at least to hit the weapon stack, which is conveniently placed such that if a smoke launcher gets a smoke up there, then it'll you know,
yes,
spike down into the core. Dimmered, however, is defended against such things, so I don't think that's going to be a problem. I think Dimmered and Alexander, they know this is coming, and they're dealing with it appropriately. The thing is, Tar's also building rods, so this could just suddenly be, oh hey, lightning, how funny, it would be a shame if rods from orbit.
Mental madness.
Yes, indeed. It also reveals that the repair centers are on the board. As Tar is now aiming for this. So a funny story, the lightning beam does also empower standard cannons in the same kind of way. And the impact is
much
more per bolt. It isn't as popular of a choice strictly because...
For some reason.
Well, because just the overall damage is less. As in, the empowered 20s in some...
Of course. That's because 20s have the most damage to start with.
Yes. A door snipe...
Since it is very proportional.
It is proportional. Just in practice, the 20s are just a bit better for the tactic. I put a notable margin. But yes. So that does appear to be just the same thing except standard cannons instead of 20 mils. Which is fine. Still gets burned out of the sky by fire beams, just not nearly as effectively. I think they're going to end up using the smoke to stop the fire beams, as opposed to lightning combo. As we already see triple plasmas coming out for Tar. Which is a lot of plasma coming out for Tar. Like a lot of plasma.
He's building so many different things.
Yes.
In typical Tar fashion.
Yeah, that fire beam for Alexander is putting in work. Real work. Good work. They desperately need to deal with it. By deal with it, I mean probably just cover it in smoke. And I assume that is why there was such preemptive anti-smoke measures placed to prevent that kind of thing. Now, with the upgraded smoke launcher, they don't have to get it close enough to prevent. That is a beautifully placed smoke dollop. It's not enough.
Tar needs to stop shooting himself.
He does.
Oh wow.
And Tar's upward armor on the core is enough to keep him alive this time. But that is a reveal that they need to defend themselves from such tactics. And Tar's current base design makes that really extremely difficult to do. They didn't fire the smoke first, so the fire beam burns those projectiles out of the air. But now, Tar's plasmas are online. And that is a scary thing for Godos. Do it, Tar. Do it. Do it. He's not doing it. Okay, he's busy defending himself, which is fair. I'd have been super greedy to be like, ha, my core's exposed and taking hits. I'm just gonna door snipe anyways. But that's me. And I'm not Tar. And Tar wins tournaments.
Ah, don't say that. Surely you could win tournaments.
Oh, sure. I mean, I've done it before a couple times. Oh,
You have?
oh, that fire beam is vulnerable to the sniper, and is now being defended by a single turbine. Yep, the smoke is being cleared immediately. Oh, there's the
Got
door
him.
snipe. Taking advantage of the door snipe to try to get magma shots across. There is no more lightning beam from Tar. So, Tar's, I think, transitioning into full Rod from God or just out of smeltery tech in general. He's still building Rod from God ammo, which I think is a good thing to do because you can just kind of build up ammo over time and then eventually switch into it. But Tar is really just all in on the laser weaponry. And is not adequately defending Julian, despite all these fire beams. From Dimmerit's cannon stack, which is growing, by the way. There's up to 4 cannons to match Julian's 4 cannons. Alright, third plasma. Do it. You missed. You tried. But didn't quite make it. Yeah, that smoke is not doing much. He needs to have it detonate midfield.
Yeah.
It won't be doing lightning beam threats, but it won't be interfering with Alexander's activities in general. But it also will prevent retaliation from Alexander's lasers. Oh, he burned his own cannons out of the air. Looks like Tar is trying to do the same thing with the lightning beam, just not using the lightning beam, just dual purposing. Letting the fire beams also burn the cannons out of the sky. I think that both...
Yeah, that saved him.
Yeah, they expired at the same time as they were impacting. So while they technically impacted as empowered and incendiary cannons, they also expired as they were penetrating. So they didn't penetrate, they just like exploded on the outside of Tar's armor there. There's not nearly enough damage for any side to get managing to make it across the field to break anyone's forts. Oh, that's a hit on the plasma, or a hit on the fire beam, but not enough to destroy it. All in all, no damage dealt. That entire exchange, nothing happened. Buzzsaws are doing the most damage so far. All those plasmas are threatening too. Just digging through things. Honestly, the triple plasma from Tar is terrifying.
Concerning.
It is concerning. He's got enough plasma there to just dig through armor. Oh, I was like, where's the fire beam?
That was a lot more concerning.
That was a lot more concerning, yes. Wait. Oh no, secondary explosion. Tar goes down to a door snipe, which hit his plasma, which caused it to explode, and taking out his core. Uh-oh. Don't let that fire... Oh, a door snipe. Alexander loses a fire beam. But Julian's in danger. Real danger. Uh-oh. That's gonna reset the fire. It's gonna burn everything. Now the smoke launchers are gone. Ooh. The fire is put out. Honestly, I think Godos is doing it. Like, Julian has the tools to deal damage, but that is simply a lot of pressure for one person to handle. Brave place to put a Magna Beam. Looks like Julian wanted to do the Magna Beam tactic himself, which I think is a good tactic. I also think if he had gotten multiple rods active at once and then ignited them on the way down, that Alexander would be eliminated right now. But he only built one launcher.
Until, of course, he fires again.
Yes. Which he can just do.
I think next time it will be 2, actually.
I approve. Alexander's not appropriately respecting that. It was only one. He's gonna have to ignite 2 different times. Which he didn't do. That could have been lethal. If he had ignited both of them, or just done them both at the same time. That almost certainly would have been lethal. And Alexander would have been eliminated here. Unfortunate. So much plasma. Shout out to Dimmered's 4-long open door. Because that's where we're at right now. Dimmered's actually out of cash. I think that's because he's spending it as opposed to anything else. Oof. Alright. Now, Julian's about to have 2 rods from God available. If he can get the double harpoon up, launch them both at the same time, ignite both at the same time, I don't think it's going to matter anymore. I think Alexander successfully defended against that. Oh, but Julian's being... Oh no, the orbit... The cannon just orbiting and hitting from odd angles. Yes. Julian's cannon stack no longer exists. So now Julian's really only tactic available is the rods. But Team Godos is now adding anti-air. They are respecting the rod threat. I no longer think Alexander is a viable target for it. I now think it has to be Dimmered, and I don't like the options there if I'm Tarlahan. it's over. The shot makes it across, and there's no recovery. Team Godos wins round 2, bringing the score to 2-1 in Team Tarlahan's lead. Well played. Let's see that shot that changed the map, changed the match. Tara, 31%, goes from 31% to a door snipe. In what could have been a match that led towards Tarlahan victory. Gosh. Tar was so close to that Rod's transition too. And given he was not stressed at the time, I think he could have wiped out Alexander in the process. That was actually pretty close. That was actually pretty close, that match. Alrighty then. Give us a couple minutes while we prepare for the next round as we go into round 3 in this best of 5. Take this opportunity to stand up, stretch, refresh your drink, refresh your snacks.
Refresh your bets.
Yes. Excellent. Ah, yes. Oh, stretch time. Ugh. Alrighty then. I'm excited. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I'm liking what I'm seeing, and I'm liking it a lot.
I like it a lot. I'm 42.
Nice to meet you, 42. Excellent. Oh.
Some small technical difficulties.
It happened. All right. Welcome back. You can do it. RTS. Alrighty then. So the scores will be 2-1, which means we're going to round 4. Ladies and gentlemen, we're off to the races.
Actually not.
Oh, no. Minor technical difficulty. Give us a moment. Quick restart. It happens. All right, let's try this again. False start. Let's go.
Surely this will be the one.
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're off to round 4 in this best of 5. Where here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Godos Grebe. Facing off against their opponents on the right is Team Tarlahan. The scores are 1-2, with Team Tarlahan in the lead. It is worth noting that this is a 3v3 map, and as such, the base positions are a little bit different. We see options for the players to choose. And the players have chosen differently. So we have Alexander and Dimred on the left in the upper 2 forts, whereas on the right-hand side, Team Tarlahan has chosen the uppermost and the lowermost fort in which to spawn. This does affect the specifics of some strategies. Usually just makes it more difficult to fire across the map. Kind of sort of forces Team Godos to choose between targeting either Julian or Tar and not both at the same time. So really I'm looking for strategies here. We do see Tar opening with the...
That is a beautifully shot EMP.
Yeah, the classic EMP. Beautifully aimed. Actually hits Alexander's upgrade center as it's under construction. That's quite effective. But as it stands, the strategies seem to be fairly samey, where we have left-hand side going for upgrade center first, and then upgrading their economy. On the right-hand side, however, we're seeing not much upgrade center, but so much as directly into heavy weapons tech, into that tier 2 tech. One going lasers, one going cannons. Team 1, Team Godos, hasn't revealed their tier 2 tech of choice, though I think we're about to see it from Dimmered here. It's going to be Smelter from Dimmered. On the other side here, still building up.
Yeah, so far not much happening. I mean, they are both using some reactive commanders.
Indeed. I don't really expect much to happen here, given this commander matchup. So the Architect commander, as mentioned again, as we've mentioned before, is the commander of tech switching. It's the, I'm going to let you do whatever you want and then switch to counter you. Similarly, Spook is a thief. And technically does give some scouting benefits to help you figure out what the opponents are doing, to react to them. Generally speaking, you just kind of play your normal whatever you're going to do with Spook and then just steal money from them. It's the usual way of going about stuff. We do see Dimmered attempting to scale downwards to get this expansion. It's a really difficult one to do, and even more difficult to defend. I'm kind of surprised to see him try. Honestly, Tar could just... I mean, he's probably going to just go straight to someone's core here to start, but... Maybe second shot goes to Dimmered's expansion just to slice it off and make him waste all that money. Honestly, the double firebeam, double plasma from below is just a strong tactic. As we're ready to fire, as Tar is aiming up for the first shot. I like what Julian's going for.
The second plasma?
Yeah, I think he is. Just to try to punch clean through things. Honestly, double firebeam, double plasma takes a lot of people off guard. If you line up all 4 shots, which is really difficult to do, but if you line up all 4 shots, I mean, it just digs through an incredible amount of stuff. Julian, on the other hand, has double howitzer, and Alexander's not prepared for double howitzer. He's got a single shotgun, which could take out one of them. But double howitzer's gonna go digging really hard. Really hard. If they wait for double howitzer plus double firebeam, double plasma, and just focus fire the same target, they're going to have a really, really, really bad day. However, Team Godos is not really getting aggressive here. They're just working on their eco. Dimmered has successfully expanded to the lower expansion, which would be devastating to allow that to stay. And I think we're going to see some follow-up shots here going directly into Alexander. We are.
Nah, doesn't have the angle.
No, he really doesn't. which is unfortunate for Tar. But double howitzer has been revealed, and the impact will charge up Godos' commander ability, which will give them the option to boost through their tech and can now place basically whatever they want. They've got the eco to do it, and so they shall. Dimmered still has a bit more economy they can invest into. Oh, massive damage. Alexander just getting chunked through. His armor holds for the moment, but oof. That's a tough one. That's not the kind of damage you can sustain over and again, and Tarlahan's just gonna do it again. Or should I say Julian specifically. Tar's got plasmas and is trying to get involved, but I think he just needs to be suppressing Dimmered here. Yeah, that's more like it. He actually did hit the critical spot there with the plasma.
Meanwhile, the third howitzer coming soon.
Yes, good. 2 howitzers is typically the lethal crit spot, but Alexander is focused solely on defense to the point where 2 howitzers is not enough. Which is unusual, but I mean, I guess it's an option. There's just no offensive, no return fire coming from Godos at all. They're not even trying. Alexander doesn't even have tier 2 tech anymore. He sold it off. A beautiful hit, and that is well within the line of sight of Tar's weaponry. Though Tar no longer has the energy to fire his weaponry. Too busy placing weapons instead of using them. Third howitzer online for Julian.
He has 4 plasmas, wow.
He has 4 plasmas. He cannot use them all. Does not have the energy production for that, or the storage for that. Alright, and now it's time to howitzer. Do it, Julian. I believe in you. You can howitzer while that shotgun is shut down. No longer shut down. Impact. And... ooh, the howitzer gets caught and doesn't go to the foundations. That likely would have been lethal if it had made it through. Julian absolutely has lethal firepower on the board. Dimmered's getting anti-air in an attempt to stop this, but Alexander is in danger. And that plasma just sniped out the shot. That is... honestly, like, the plasmas from Tar are doing well. A fire beam... he's not lightning beam? Just blocking the lasers. Alright, that works. Because honestly, Dimmered here... okay, yeah, with the fire beam coming through preventing... oh, and it even ignites. Oh. Yeah, I was going to say, Dimmered preventing the howitzers from getting through is a big deal. And Tar negating that is all he needs to do to win this game. Because Julian has the firepower to end this. He just has to get it to land. On the other side, Dimmered's going with the smoke plus lightning beam combo, which I don't know what that's going to do to... oh, it's so much damage. I don't know exactly what it's going to do. I don't think it's lethal, but they could be incredibly damaging to whoever gets slapped by it. The repair bays come out for Tar. That will keep the smoke away. A huge hit with the fire beam from Tar. Just slapping Dimmered here. Dimmered now trying to use smoke defensively. Oh, and the the laser beam coming in from below, slicing off the top of Alexander's fort. Not that there was anything there. That's remnants from weapon platforms that never were. And is this lethal here? Nothing's stopping it. And lethal it is. Alexander goes down. Nothing to stop the shell from getting across. And Julian just ends it. Yeah, Tar face tanks that smoke lightning combo. He couldn't stop it from hitting, but he didn't need to. He's armored enough to just tank it, as the howitzers are now dropping in from on high. And once again, the laser comes from below to slice off what extrusions there were to defend it. Yeah, Demered's in a world of trouble here. And Tar's just not penetrable. Julian might be. That wouldn't have done much, because it's too far away.
Too far to the core.
It wouldn't have gotten, yeah. It might have hit like those batteries, because he was using the empowered ones, and it doesn't try to go to the core anyways.
It's likely the turbines.
Yeah, which would have been damaging if he had hit. Look, I've seen it go 4 batteries by passing through turbines, alright? Like, it does.
Yeah, of course, yes.
It does a lot of damage. And I think it would have hit that, but oh, Julian almost offing himself with a howitzer that detonated within the launch tube. Unfortunate.
We've seen worse in the past.
Yes. Hey, at least he stayed intact. A beautiful drop shot actually takes out Demered's mines there. But keep in mind that Demered just has the same economy as the entirety of Team Tarlahan combined. Because he's got 2 expansion nodes here. Like it's 1 player on 2 bases versus 2 players on 1 base apiece. Which is definitely tough for everyone involved. Oh, there it is.
What?
Down he goes. Just didn't have quite enough armor there. And, oof. Alright, Tar is trying to speed expand back up to Julian's fort, which that's ambitious.
It is a possibility.
I don't think anymore. No, I don't. I think even if he connects to it right now, the fire is going to destroy that entire connection. Because it's gone. It's all gone. Just... You've made your decision a long time ago when you didn't expand up. Which is a fine choice, by the way. As we can see here, Demered, who had expanded, no longer has access to his expansion because Tar built a buzzsaw. And actually still has economic advantage, even without the expansion node, just because Demered has upgraded mines and Tar does not. However, Demered has no weapons. There are no weapons across Demered's fort, except for the now buzzsaws that he's just constructed, which will disconnect Tar from the expansion, for whatever that's worth. The problem for Tar is that Tar is not built to deal game-winning damage. Certainly not against a player who has 2 forts worth of economy. Tar desperately needs a tech switch here. Like, this is not... Okay, he's getting an upgrade center, which will help. It's a good start. But I don't know what Tar's going to do as far as winning this game. Dimmered has choice. They can choose to do whatever it is they want to do. Tar, on the other hand, I don't know what he can do. Very big difference. Okay. I mean, the laser's doing good damage. And they're going to continue to do good damage. I would like to see some zappers from, I think, everyone involved. That actually penetrated and almost hit a critical strut there. And almost ripped Dimmered off of his foundations. Almost. But not quite. Honestly, Dimmered here just has so much economy. Like, he can do whatever he wants. This expansion needs to be... If Tar is going to come back here, he needs to prevent this expansion from existing. And I think it just needs to be a lot of lasers hitting a lot of nodes there. And he just needs to do that. Like, he's stopping Dimmered from expanding upwards, which is nice, but he's already expanded downwards, and that's a problem for Tar. That energy shield placement is going to make Tar a bit hesitant as far as attempting to chop off that trunk. He's done it once before, he needs to do it again. He is Spook. He should be able to see, or at least soon be able to see, that that trunk is vulnerable. Alright, Tar, look at it. Look at it. Tell me you're looking at it. I think he's looking at it. He's saying, hey, I could shoot this. I could chop this off. You can do it. I believe in you. Dimred, on the other hand, going for laser tech. I think cannons would be more appropriate in this case, but laser tech was the option. Or was the choice. And is a decent choice. He's going for plasmas. Plasmas are good at chopping down expansions as well. Chopping off expansions. Smoke is going to be a problem. Miniguns are a fun choice. There's the buzzsaw. Need more of that. Do it. Do more. Slice it. Don't let him keep it. On the other hand, Dimmered is up-tiering volatile canisters. Could you go for another lightning strike? Which has already eliminated Julian from this match. There's the plasma slicing off Tar's expansion. But one that can be easily replaced. Dimmerid needs to slice from the other side, from the top side, in order to make that all collapse. Oof. Tar with the multitude of plasmas just keeps digging through Dimmerid's doors. It just works. Alright. Now, Dimmerid is looking for a lightning strike against Tar. Now, where can that hit? Not many places.
I would say above the lasers on top.
Is about the only place I can see where if he gets a smoke like directly here, it can kind of just go straight down toward this battery. So I think about the only thing he gets. But the angle on that is actually kind of tight.
It will take down the plasmas themselves.
Yes, it will go to the plasmas themselves. I mean, I guess you can just go straight to the front. That's always a threat. It's always a real option. But Tari is well defended from the front. And now Dimmerid has lost that weapon. I like the choice of missile expansion from Tar. I kind of like just keeping swarms too, honestly. Because swarms deal with the energy shields well enough. If he targets down here, this energy shield, and then hits it with plasmas and fire beams, just keeps it lit with fire beams, I think that just all comes crumbling down and likely takes Dimmerid in its entirety with it. Additionally, just going pure double nuke blind out of nowhere. Surprise, double nuke is also a very effective tactic.
You can also take out the shields, I mean.
Yeah, that works too. It's just that nukes are a little bit less consistent about it because they go wild.
Of course.
Not that swarm missiles don't go wild, but you get so many more of them that they're basically guaranteed to hit the thing, whereas nukes, very hit or miss. And I think Tar is just waiting on the... I think Tar is just sitting there waiting on the nukes and is just trying to play defensively until then. Because there's so many energy shields and such. Honestly, I think that's good smoke for the purposes of lightning. Certainly good smoke for keeping Tar's weapons locked down.
Very soon the nukes will be painted.
Yes. And I was worried about that shot.
Yeah.
There's not many angles where Tar can lose connection to that off of a buzzsaw, but that was the spot. And missile launch. It's targeted at the good spot. But
Aww.
not enough. Dimmerid takes advantage of Architect build speed and hard walls the vulnerable spot. I think that's definitely too far away for the lightning strikes to make the difference there. Oof. Well, now here comes the nukes, but again, chain fired. Good, I approve. There's not enough anti-air. Should I say no anti-airs? The nukes are just going to fly across, both of which will land, dealing decent damage. But nothing critical, just a solid, pretty heavy hit there.
I cast double nuclear explosion.
Absolutely. Good old classic warhead weapons. The buzzsaws are flying everywhere. I'm amazed no one's built a striker yet. Like, a striker just violates so many of these players' bases. And these days, I can't think buzzsaw without striker. And I suspect that's the only reason why we haven't seen them. No one's thinking about it.
It's too new.
Yes. Because a striker just destroys all of this. Obviously, energy shields go a long way to defend against it, but I mean, energy shields aren't that heavily used here. Certainly not on Tar's side of the world.
I cast quintuple plasma.
Look, if it works, it works. I'm also kind of surprised we're not seeing cannons out of Tar. Yeah, the lightning beam, it triggers the smoke and strikes Tar, but Tar just doesn't care. Sufficiently armored as he has been for, well, the entirety of this game so far. Is now digging through Dimmered, but Dimmered too is made out of money and build speed. Dimmered also at almost 50% more economy than Tar, so he's got a lot of money. A lot of money. Dimmered actually getting some real anti-air on the board. That'll keep the warheads locked down. But Tar's just kind of laying into him. He's got the energy production. He's got almost battleship's level of energy production. And is just firing constantly. Doesn't seem to have a particular goal beyond dealing more damage, which I think is a reasonable goal. Oh, these are going to make it across. Oh, we're going to see armor penetration here? No. That energy shield is going to keep him in play. A beautiful hit.
Denied.
Dimmered tried to build a plasma and an expansion and was chopped down. At this point, Tar just has significant map control. And he's forcing Dimmered to, well, stay in his lane, as it were. But, oh, the energy shield just snapped. For a brief moment here, Dimmered did not have an energy shield on that critical strut. Just because it had taken so much deformation that it snapped. Man, Dimmered is trying so very hard to keep... Oh. Nope. It broke one of them, but there's two energy shields there, and you kind of need both gone. Technically, you don't need both gone, but immediately that energy shield is reconstructed. That is still the vulnerable spot. Yeah, especially given that Tar is just relying on pure damage output now. I think lasers are not really the weapon to be using. And also strikers would be MVP. Just to deal mass amounts of damage. Like Architect or no, strikers just chunk wood away. I don't think I've seen such a variety of weapons pounded against a single player for so long. Miniguns, snipers, nukes, fire beams, plasmas. It's all moonshot, but it's all very effective. It also buzzsaws. And it's just constant. Tar is still managing to run out of energy and is having to add more. Classic. But I appreciate the tactic from Tar. Just lay into them. Just pour it on. Dimmered's lightning beam has been destroyed now. So no more No more offensive firepower from Dimmered at all. He's just being chipped down. But I think with that, I think that's the last real hard point in the trunk of Dimmered's expansion. So Dimmered is just at this stage going to be defending. Oh. And doesn't have anything but pass-through background. Yeah, Tar's lasers aren't even focused very well anymore. They're just kind of hitting in a general area. He's like, no, just keep damaging him. If I keep hitting him, he's going to run out of money eventually, which, with his choice of weapons, is not really true. But with the quantity of them, I guess it's kind of working. And there's the shot. Is there a follow-up? Oh, it's so close. There's not enough follow-up. There's just not enough follow-up. He had the opportunity. He got a single shot in there, and he saw what it did to Dimmered's fort. I mean, Dimmered's now blinking everywhere. Any more follow-up shots there would have done it and dragged Dimmered into the abyss. Oh, good lord. Well, Dimmered loses a mine, actually. That's progress. That's real progress. I like the buzzsaws. I would like to see the buzzsaws and a striker. I'm just imagining triple striker right now. Dimmered wouldn't exist. Just like his entire fort would be gone. Background brazing and all. You know, except for the energy shields. Oh, that's a nasty chunk. Oh, that's a huge bit of damage. Because that exposes Dimmered's rear bits. Yeah, honestly, Dimmered just doesn't have the money or the ego or the APM to keep reconstructing this. Oh, there it is. There's the striker. Yes, look at that damage. Immediately gone.
Oh, so good. Such a fine end to this final.
What a wonderful wonder. Targeted 316,000 damage. Oh. Guys. That's so much damage. 30-minute slugfest after Julian goes down to I mean, so many batteries near his core. I mean, so many batteries near his core. That's what did it. He goes from having advantage from punching Dimmered basically out of the game into, all of a sudden, from below it comes. Cover. 2 lightning bolts. One punches a hole, the second goes clean through and deletes the batteries around the core, which in turn delete the core. God, that's so much damage. And then all the way at the end, off the back of... This man built 3 strikers and only had to fire 1 before this round ended. Just scouring the fort, letting the nukes through. Oh, so much damage. Dimmerad actually did a pro move there. It wasn't enough to save him, but he manually extruded a energy shield as the beam was coming through, and then activated commander ability for bonus build speed to make it come up almost instantly. It just was a fraction of a second too late to save him. Like, holy smokes. Yeah, that was intense. That was very intense. Well, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Team Tarlahan taking first place in the Fort's official 2v2 tournament, number 33. Taking that first place prize and knocking their opponents down to the second place position and getting that second place prize for themselves. Shout out to Dimmered and Alexander taking second place, with Teeth and Feathers taking third. And once again, shout out to all the competitors for being here. It has been a wonderful showing off many of the new things, and I love all of it. Do we have anything else we want to say before we close out this portion of the stream?
I mean, of course, if you are interested, there are still plenty of submissions you can do for the 7th map making competition, so feel free.
Yes, the 7th map making competition showcase will be 2 weeks from now. So make sure to get involved if you wish to make maps, because, well, there are
1
maps.
week left for submissions.
Exactly. And I will be judge, jury, and execution. Well, at least one of those three. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here, and once again, thank you for the competitors. We're going to be turning off the delay and restarting the stream, and I will see you guys on the other side.